Hello, hello. I hope that the people who just enjoyed the premiere will be bumped right over to here so we can talk about it and you can ask more questions about it. If the old man was successful in scheduling the premiere in the right way, you should all find this link and end up here. We shall see. Once again, Barack Obama, former president of the United States, has joined us. Just so you guys know, he is a member of my channel. glad to have you here, Barack. Good to see you. Um, yeah, so just dropped the latest video. We'll see how it does. We'll see if people like it or not. For those who are stumbling in, not coming from the premiere today, I'm Dr. Jared Jones. I specialize in Buddhist philosophy, ancient systems of meditation, the cognitive science of meditation, and the philosophy of science. I've also done a few other things. I've been meditating in the Buddhist tradition for about 20 years and in the Taoist tradition for about 5 years. And I'm on a bit of a mission to help people understand Buddhism in particular and to train in meditation, even if you're not interested in Buddhism, to simply become better at training in meditation, training your mind as a layperson living in the real world, which is why, exciting announcement as we get more people here, do hang in there. Maybe in the next 10 minutes or so, I'll make a pretty exciting announcement about one of the next steps I'm going to take to fulfill this mission of helping people that are training in spiritual systems in the modern world to be more successful. The next exciting development for the page, made possible by you, the generous donors. Very good. Well, while we are getting settled in and waiting for about 10 minutes to pass to make that announcement, what did you guys think of the premiere, if that's where you're coming from? And as per the usual, if you have questions about Buddhism, Buddhist practice, or things you heard during the premiere, just pop them into the chat. The way that I normally do these open Q&A sessions is pretty straightforward. What I like to do is I'll answer people's questions in order as they come in the chat. The only exception to that is because I teach everything for free, I give advice for free, I do donation, the phone calls that I do with people to give them advice on their practice is free. My retreats are free. Of course, I do have suggested donations, but there are, plenty of people who attend my things for free. Even my school course, which I have linked down below, all of the training materials for that are available for free also on YouTube. So at this time, at least, there's nothing that I do whatsoever that's behind a paywall. In order to do that, I do actually, as I mentioned in the premiere also, I rely on donations from the community so that I can carry on doing this for free for everyone. So if it's within your means and you're getting value out of the things that I'm doing and want to support the whole community, actually, and in a sense, by allowing me to continue on doing this for free, then become a member. You can join the school course. Let me tell you guys a bit about that. The benefit of the school community is as follows. Three main things. One, anybody that wants to train a bit more hardcore with me in particular, this is the best way to do it. So what I'm doing in that community is having a place where everyone who's training in my particular system of techniques to park all of their comments, all their questions, the things that are happening in their practice. So that gives you a sounding board. You could do it on the Discord too, but these are the people that are sort of training quite seriously with me. And also, what I'm building through the school community is I'm trying to get maybe 100 or 200 people together who, regardless of your tradition, Theravada, Mahayana, even if you're not even Buddhist, to support each other in being able to do long-term retreat. So the biggest thing that I've seen for people living in the modern world, in the real world, that stops them from going into longer-term retreat isn't the practical considerations of life in general, but specifically is financial. That getting the money together to basically not be paid for 2 weeks or not be paid for a month to go into retreat is quite hard, right? But if there was 100 of us and your half a month of expenses for you was $1,000, that's $10 each, and you could go into retreat for 2 weeks, right? So I'm trying to build that community through school. So the people who are willing and able to contribute to me carrying on teaching everyone else for free, and who want to train more hardcore in my techniques and my retreats and so forth, and want to support each other as one big community, one big web of practitioners, so that all of us, including myself, can spend more time doing serious retreat because financially it becomes possible, then join the school. That's where I'm parking that part of my activities. Okay. And in case, yes. So carrying on with today's questions. The only other caveat I would say is, once again, because I depend on donations from the community to do all of this, if you send through a super chat, I will answer your super chat ahead of the rest of the chat for one simple reason. The only reason I'm able to do all this is because people are donating. So people who donate and want to put a question in with the donation are allowing me to answer everyone else's questions for free, right? So the community owes that person. I owe that person. So as a matter of gratitude and respect, if you do send through a super chat, I will answer your question first. Okay. Right. Carrying on now that the commercial break has finished. Okay, Barack Obama is saying, I was explaining how this universe came into being. I was recounting the Buddhist explanation that is the fact that sentient beings of the past universe karmically created the conditions for the current universe to be fine-tuned for life. However, does this not clash with the principle of concordance of causes? I don't think so. So karma is a non-associated compositional factor that is not mind and is not material stuff, but is related to both. Likewise, so this is basically creating the bridge between your mental sort of continuum of stuff and the physical world. There's one thing that's, oh, look, someone, see, just like the Buddha, we're here tonight. People are entering the stream before I've even said anything besides give me money. Okay. So thank you very much. I'll call you, can I call you Woj? Woj? Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Means a lot. So no, it doesn't have any problems there. I mean, basically Buddhism, from my standpoint, is what would be called a neutral monist philosophy or a participatory dualist philosophy. So thank you, Woj. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. So what does that mean? What it means is that we say that mind is non-physical, which is why it can travel from lifetime to lifetime and can exist even when there's not a physical universe at all. This is why we have, for example, three major realms of rebirth, right? The physical realm, where we are now, and we have the form realm, which is made of a subtler physical substance that isn't protons, electrons, and neutrons. And that substance, I think, again, this is just my opinion, this is not canon, but if you were to visualize an apple, as I've asked many of you to do on various occasions, if you visualize an apple, this is what I imagine form to be like. It's a substance, it's very clearly there, you can do stuff with it, but it's completely undetectable by any mechanical, physical means. We can detect the movement of stuff in your head, but nothing on earth, including your external five senses, can detect this image you're visualizing, the image itself, right? It's not inside your head. If someone cuts your head open, there's not a little apple in there or whatever you're visualizing. That image itself is nowhere in the physical universe. So likewise, We have a form realm made of stuff that is subtler than protons, electrons, and neutrons, but is still physical stuff. And then we have a formless realm where different types, basically meditators who've accomplished different types of samadhi, where their mind was formless in that samadhi, take rebirth as basically different subtle, subtler and subtler and subtler versions of pure consciousness, right? So then, what is it if consciousness is completely non-physical? What is it that links consciousness to material things? In other words, as you said, with the material implications of what are the logical implications of basically having a non-physical thing giving rise to a physical thing? So, according to the Buddhist canon, we have a couple of options there. Again, one, karma is like I said, non-associated compositional factor. It has elements that are mental and elements that are physical, and therefore it can bridge the two. In terms of the mind-body problem, how does your non-physical mind interact with your physical body? We have explanations for this as well. Even in the Western canon, if you're looking at dualism, one of the solutions that's proposed by dualists who are still trying to say that there are non-physical minds and there are physical things is this. They say, well, where Kant went wrong, for example, is he was trying to find a physical thing that creates the bridge between the mental stuff and the physical stuff. However, the bridge could be on the other side. It could be on the mental side. And that's actually the Buddhist solution, that every mental state has along with it a subtle physical substance called prana or chi or shen, or the Tibetans call them winds, or kundalini. It depends on what form it's taking. And that these types of substances are something that you can experience by sort of, practices like Tumo, for example, inner fire meditation, on which there's a lot of research in the West, are based upon your ability to manipulate those substances, collect them, store them, compress them, refine them, and get them to do stuff inside your body. And when you do that, it changes your body temperature and generates all sorts of rarefied states of mind that you need to do the later stages of Tantra, for example. So, we have fairly good evidence actually that these types of substances aren't just something happening in your head, that they are actually some real thing in the world. So how is it that your mind interacts with physical stuff? It relies upon these substances that are a bridge between coarse matter, protons, electrons, and neutrons, and your non-physical mind. All right? So in that way, we are neutral monists. We say there's sort of the subtlest packet of reality. Instead of just being mind, the subtlest packet of reality is something that is both mental and physical. It's a monism of these two things. And therefore, this packet can give rise to, at a coarser level of experience, mental and physical things. Right? Does that make sense? Okay. Oates asks or says, great premiere. I know there are a lot of text resources you use to make that video. Would it be feasible for you to include links to the text in the description of the video? Unfortunately, no. YouTube actually limits the number of characters you can put in the description. And also, I want you to go back like 47,000 times and watch the video over and over again, because then the algorithm will think it's a good video, and then other people will see it. Joking aside, I actually don't even have a list of the resources that I used. I know them. I know the sources, and then when I need to use them, I pull them up and record them and use them. So when I'm making the video, I just talk from memory mostly, and then not entirely, but mostly, and then I go back and put the sources in afterwards. Okay, wow. Wow. Asks, good afternoon. Well, good morning to you. In a sense, it's actually late at night here, but due to the kindness of the donors, I have lighting that makes it look like it's the middle of the day. Let's see. Do you know of any sound Buddhist teachers who have commented on Christian mystics, like Carmelites, for example, with detailed observation, whether it be appraisal or critique? I don't. Besides myself, I I have talked with Christian mystics, and I have researched Christian mysticism. I've read about it. I've listened to quite a few talks by Christian mystics and Eastern Orthodox people, and I have also talked with other practitioners who know much more about those systems than I do, who are practitioners of Buddhism, right? And my opinion is that in the Eastern Orthodox tradition, for example, that they do have, although it's not spelled out very well, they do have systems for developing single point of concentration, for example, and they have methods for gaining deeper and deeper access to their consciousness, what consciousness is. And then the question becomes, well, how deep down the rabbit hole do they go in terms of investigating the nature of their consciousness as part of their practice? And I have no idea, actually. you know. But when I said in the video, for example, in the premiere, that I have great respect for anybody who, especially in this crazy world we live in now, is striving through the various methods that are on offer in this world to struggle with themselves, their basest impulses, and to attain even just good ethics. Good ethics are becoming increasingly rare in this world. To say nothing of concentration, my goodness, to train in samadhis, it's becoming more rare. So when I meet another person from any tradition, and I can tell that they're deeply struggling with the worst parts of themselves, and that they've made a bit of progress in this, and that they're trying to train their mind in concentration through whatever means, and I can sense that in that person, I have great respect for those kinds of people. And I feel camaraderie with them because they're struggling with a lot of the same things I am, even though they're doing something different. So I have a lot of respect for Christian mystics, Hindus, Jains, Sufis, Western esoteric practitioners, you name it. If you're struggling with your character and you're trying to train yourself to become even just a better person with better character, I have a lot of respect for that. To say nothing of people that are training in concentration. Yeah. Ty, welcome. Thank you so much once again. For those of you who don't know, I'm just going to put Ty on blast. Ty has been incredibly generous in supporting the things we do, and quite a bit of what I have done has been the result of Ty's generosity. General Dow's, who's one of the moderators now for these lives and stuff. I don't know if he's still here, but his generosity, my goodness, they have really stepped up and put in a lot. Thank you so much. Oates, is physical matter emergent from more subtle form, or is the form emergent from physical matter, or neither? I think generally speaking, even in the Pali Canon, if you read the Buddhist, if you read the Pali Canon, sorry, brain needs to work. That what's being said there is that so there's a sutta. Actually, I put it up in the video. There's a sutta where a monk is trying to find out what happens at the end of a universe, of the life cycle of a universe. And in particular, he wants to know, where does all the physical stuff go at the end of the universe? Does it just, he doesn't ask these questions, but it's the same sort of questions you and I might have. Does it become nothing? Does it sort of like spread out until it's so diffuse that, it can't interact with anything? Or like where exactly and what exactly goes on with this? And so he goes to the four great kings, He goes to the four Dharma kings, and then he goes to, I can't remember who, all of these deities, and he's continuing to go up there's like a ladder of deities with different amounts of power, and finally he arrives at the highest and most powerful deity in this universe, and he's saying, hey, can you help me out on this or not? And the deity is a bit embarrassed because all of his friends are there. And he says, I'm the unchanging, I'm the omniscient, I'm the greatest, I'm the first, I'm the last. And the monk goes, sir, that's actually not what I asked. What I asked is, can you tell me what happens at the end of the universe? And he says the same thing. I'm the greatest, I'm omniscient, I'm the first, I'm the last, I'm this and this and this. And he goes, sir, I apologize once again. This is not what I asked. And then finally this deity pulls him aside and says, look, all of the other lesser deities are here watching this. You can't ask me questions like this that I don't know the answer to. And so then he goes back to the Buddha. If I'm not mistaken, it's in the same sutra. And the Buddha says, well, at the end of this universe, all of the physical things, they basically dissolve, and they dissolve back into consciousness. So even though physical things aren't consciousness, they do, at some level, according to the Buddha, arise out of consciousness and then dissolve back into consciousness on a massive cosmological scale, probably not like a day-to-day scale, right? So this is not saying that if you imagine there's a giraffe in your room, that giraffe is going to appear or something. That the collective and individual karma of sentient beings gives rise to a universe. That universe abides, roughly speaking, abides for trillions of years, billions of years at least. And then at some point, as it pulls itself apart, it dissolves back into those consciousnesses that gave rise to it in the first place. Probably, they don't say this, but probably back into those subtle substances that come along with consciousness, I would imagine. Again, that's not canon, but it would stand to reason. Okay. Can you please explain Buddha's quote, Apo Dipo Bhavana? I'll have to look that up. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's okay, so be a light unto yourself. This is, I think, amongst the statements that the Buddha made. See, here's General Tao doing it again. Making everyone members. Thank you very much, General Tao. You're again, you do so much. This is only possible because of you guys. It's only possible because of the donations you're making. It's only possible because you guys think this is valuable and you donate to this, that I'm able to do this at all. So thank you all. Thank you to all the contributors, and thank you to General Tao, who's been so generous for the last month. Okay, so here's again, amongst the most misunderstood things ever said by the Buddha is, be a light unto yourself, be an island unto yourself, let the teachings be your guide. This whole class of statements that the Buddha is recorded as saying at the final stage of his life. So here's what you have to understand about this statement, okay? Just paint the whole, if you want to be less confused about these things, go to the source. And don't just read the quote, read the whole source and find out what's going on. What's the circumstance? Because if I say, for example, don't feed the dog, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? But if we're standing in front of a dog living on the street, that changes what I mean. If I'm standing in front of my pet dog, and you have a piece of food in your hand that it's allergic to, that changes what I mean. If there's no dog around, but there's a homeless person or something, and I'm being really nasty, that changes what I mean. So the context in which a statement is made makes all the difference in what's actually being said, doesn't it? So if you go to the source and you look at what was happening when Buddha made this statement, rather than just treating it as if it's a self-evident truth and it can only mean one thing. The Buddha is dying. He invites all of his senior students to come together and spends, I think it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks, basically saying, does anyone have any questions? Can I answer any questions before I die? This is your last chance. And bear in mind, he taught for 45 years. On top of that, 3 months out of every year, he went into intensive retreat with his students, by the way, at various monasteries. Like I said in the video, at Jeta's Grove, whatever it was, 19, was it? I can't remember now. 19 at I'm forgetting her name now, but at the second most, there was 6 rainy seasons, where he's spending 3 months continuously with his students. By the way, all of these suttas and sutras and things we have, they had to memorize in the presence of the Buddha and be able to recite to each other, with each other, in the presence of the Buddha, memorize these teachings, and they're reciting them in the presence of the Buddha for 45 years. 45 years. 3 months of intensive practice and training together per year. 3 months. That's more retreat than most of us are going to do in our lifetimes. Okay? Every year. To say nothing of the times that they were just traveling around with the Buddha. So consider that circumstance. These senior students are with him. They've had 2 weeks or whatever it is, 3 weeks, where the Buddha is just saying, do you have any more questions, friends? And everyone says, no, we don't have any more questions. They've been memorizing verbatim his teachings for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years in his presence. They've had every opportunity at the end of his life to ask further questions if they need to. And then he finally says, okay, I haven't left anything out, right? My hand has been open. I haven't left anything out. You know it all. I've given you all the teachings. You've memorized all the teachings. I've given you one last chance to clarify absolutely anything you might have doubts about. Now be a light unto yourself. Let the teachings I've already given you be a guide. If you haven't completed the process, let what I've already said guide you, and let the ethics that I've left in terms of your ethical training, let those guide you. And by the way, there were, according to the canon, there was already something like 500 arahants in the audience. People who had already accomplished nirvana sitting in the audience. So it's not like he was leaving them in a lurch and saying, yeah, just go figure it out. Good luck. Do whatever you want. Because this is what people hear when they hear that, right? They go, oh, the Buddha said be your own light. That means just do whatever you want. Follow whatever path you want. Think whatever you want. Believe whatever you want. That's not what that means at all. He was talking to a group that was like, I don't know, let's just be conservative and say like half of them were arhants, or 25% or 10% of them were arhants, and the rest of them were senior students, and they had 2 weeks to ask him whatever they want, and they had been memorizing his teachings for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And then he said, okay, guys, I'm dying, but you've had enough time to learn all this. Carry on. That's the context, you know? So this is one of those statements that I'm going to make a video, like I said, eventually, where I'll just take like the top 10 misunderstood things that somehow have become the standard Buddhist view in the West that have nothing to do with Buddhism. And I'm just going to debunk the crap out of them, because this absolutely needs to be done, because it's hurting people. It's hurting people's practice to think this stupid shit. No offense intended. I'm not saying that, you know, we're only convinced of these things because really, I don't know, like this idea that if you don't make it secular so that everyone can have a shot at believing it, then no one's going to like it. I don't know. It's going to go out of existence. But the fact of the matter is, the teachers that I know who have had the greatest, biggest, most important presence in terms of all of these teachings and things, they taught like this. They taught it the way that it actually is. And then some people don't like it. No problem. Not everybody has to like this. It's like Buddhism's not for everybody. That's fine. No problem. Don't lie to people and tell them it's something that it's not. How is that going to help anyone? Certainly that's not going to help you as a practitioner. If you believe in karma, my goodness, lying to people about what the Buddha said is not going to help you in the future. Okay, I digress. Okay. Next. Waj asks, have you heard of Tyler McNabb's work? He argues that mere Buddhism could be compatible with classical theism and suggests that Shentong is also consistent CT. I don't know what CT is. Christian theology? Yeah, Shentong is definitely not compatible with Christian theology. The reason is what Shentong is doing is saying that the subtlest aspect of your mind is self-characterized. It's empty of other things. It's not empty of itself. But it's in every other way, Shentong Buddhism is Buddhism. There's no creator God. There's no, there's definitely no Jesus that is an inseparable hypostasis of Holy Spirit, Jesus, and creator God, creator Father God. In that Shentong view, it's like not even a question. There's no such thing. Mere Buddhism? You mean like Buddhism without all the stuff that makes it Buddhism? Yeah, like Christianity is compatible with meditation. I mean, this is what's so nuts. It's like people make up these words like mere Buddhism, and they say, oh yeah, well, if you just strip Buddhism of everything that makes it Buddhism and just talk about meditation only, then it's compatible with all sorts of stuff. Well, yeah, because meditation is not a Buddhist thing. Meditation is just a thing that any human being can do if you give them the right information. And it will make every spiritual practice on earth more profound. Because if your mind is more powerful, everything you do with your mind will be more powerful, period. So of course, yeah, if you strip Buddhism of Buddhas and nirvana and karma and rebirth and again, everything that makes it Buddhism, sure. You can make it compatible with whatever you want. But that would be like saying, Christianity is totally compatible with Judaism as long as you get rid of Jesus. I mean, what kind of statement is that? Islam is totally compatible with Christianity as long as you get rid of the Quran. I mean, like, okay, fine, great. Who's going to accept that? Okay. Okay, come on, sense. Listen. What gets reborn in Buddhism is what's called your mind stream or mental continuum. So Buddhism is saying that you have a misperception, you have a misknowledge, a cognitive error, where when, like, if this is you, right? If my hand is you, you think that inside the hand somewhere there's like a little part that is the real you. And that if you could get rid of all the other parts, there would still be this little you part in there that would be the real you, right? In reality, we know that if you take my hand apart, there's no like little hand in there that's the real hand or something. It's just absurd. So what is it from moment to moment that carries on as my hand? Do you get it? Do you understand what I mean by the question? What carries on from moment to moment as my hand is all of the causal components and parts of my hand. That's what carries on from moment to moment. It's actually not a big quandary and mystery, it's actually not that mysterious. This is one of the least mysterious parts of Buddhism, but it's like radically misunderstood for some reason. So you have a mental continuum that is a causal thing. And from moment to moment, The previous moment causes the next moment. The next moment causes the next moment, and it goes on like this. And since your mind is non-physical, it can be reborn. After you die, it can leave your body and be reborn in a different body. It's just a causal process. That's the big difference. That's the big difference between the Buddhist conception of mind and some other conceptions of mind. For example, in the some of the Hindu traditions, they would say, "Well, no. Actually, there's a fundamental unchanging aspect of mind that is not a causal process in that way." So, actually, in terms of the Christian concept of a soul, for example, the soul, if you look up this idea, the soul is actually, in terms of the oldest definitions for that in the Judeo-Christian tradition, is the thing that makes your body alive. And it's correlated with breath and blood. Because if you lose your breath or you lose your blood, you die, right? Furthermore, it's correlated with your mental activity, your mind. So when you die, your soul, your mental activity, your mental continuum, the thing that makes you alive, the thing that you continue breathing if that thing is inside you, the thing that your blood keeps moving and pumping if that thing is inside you, that thing moves on when you die. Right? So there's actually quite a bit of similarity in some ways, some respects, between that idea, if we just don't include the essence aspect, where we're saying actually inside that part that makes you a living being, inside that there's an unchanging part that's sort of like the essential part, right? And then Buddhism just says, well, that part's not there. There's just the causal continuum of all the stuff we just mentioned. When you die, it moves on. If it moved on right now, your body would die, because it's part of what keeps your body alive. So hopefully that helps. Okay. So common sense, in terms of the, let's see, was it you who asked about the Christian? Or was that someone else? Oh no, someone else. Okay, so since sorry, I got sidetracked by questions. So the announcement I was going to make that's kind of exciting is I have decided to get the podcasts portion of what I'd like to do going. So I have now 2 interviews lined up. One is with an Advaita Vedanta practitioner from India. I was going to go to India and give a talk at his group and potentially record that and upload it. But circumstances did not align for me to be able to make it out to him. So he's going to come on the podcast, maybe as the first guest. And the podcast name, which I thought would be kind of fun, is The Two Truths. And the whole idea with the podcast is that I want to find modern practitioners of mystical traditions, meditative traditions, Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism, mystical Christianity, blah, 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 so that we can talk about the common elements, the common spiritual struggle that we all face in trying to do these deep, let's call them spiritual kinds of endeavors as modern people living in the real world. And as I've mentioned before, of course, we'll get into the differences also, but I think there's going to be a lot of value for all of us in being inspired by the character, the difficulty, the struggle, the ways of overcoming those difficulties and struggles that we find in common with other practitioners who are trying to turn their attention inwards. And so I'm going to have a huge number, hopefully, as time goes on, of practitioners of all faiths that are basically of the mystical or meditative variety coming on and talking about those sorts of things, and hence the name The Two Truths, both a Buddhist name and the acknowledgement that we're dealing with something true, perhaps, on both sides. What the measure of that truth is, Hard to say. Of course, I have my opinion as a Buddhist, but at the end of the day, we're all going to have to find out what happens at the end of the road, or attain enough capability that we can find out through our practice, right? That's it. So that's what's coming up. And as I said, it got pushed back by a few days, but I'm going to be interviewing also, probably the second interview, a lineage holder for a very rare lineage of Shaolin meditative practice. And really, really interesting guy, fantastic practitioner of both Chinese martial arts and the meditative systems, a particular meditative system that comes through the Shaolin tradition. And yeah, so he's a lineage holder for that system. And frankly, I don't want it to go out of existence. I want other people to find him and train in it and become lineage holders in that tradition. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot of him on the show. He's another one of these guys that's living in the real world, doing his training people in martial arts, and he's finding it difficult to find people who are willing to do all of the training in that system. Here's a really cool thing about that system. I've talked before about how your body gets in the way, for example, of attaining deeper states of concentration. This is something that Shaolin understands very well. And so the meditative system that he holds as a lineage holder includes an entire system of training to make your body better for meditation. So it's a bit like yoga, but totally separate stream of training in terms of training your body to be prepared to enter a meditative state. And yeah. This is one of those pieces that for a lot of people, I think, will make a huge difference, because most people don't know what to do with their body when they're trying to meditate. So, as I said, I'm hoping that, even if over the next 10 years, only a couple people begin training with him seriously and decide to carry on that lineage and take it on, that would be a huge accomplishment, because that's one more generation where those teachings don't disappear. So that's the announcement for the day. The Two Truths podcast with Dr. Jared Jones will be launching very, very soon. Okay, back to the chat. Samuel. So I mainly train in the Geluk tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, but I've also trained to a small measure in the Thai forest tradition. And for the last 5 years, I've also trained in the Dragon Gate lineage of Taoism, which has elements of Chinese Tantra, Tibetan Tantra, and Chan Buddhism mixed into it, because at its inception, it was an attempt to take, you could say, the best of Chinese culture and religion and put it all under one roof. So it has Buddhist practice, Taoist practice, and Confucian practice. A bit like today, where you have cognitive scientists like Sam Harris taking the best of cognitive science and presenting it alongside the best of Buddhism as far as he can do so, right? So we also do this now. We take the best of our culture, the best of what we know about things, and we try to make our ability to do these things as trainees and Buddhists even better. Likewise, the Dragon Gate lineage did the same with Chinese, all of the traditions that were available in China at one period in history. And as time went on, practitioners, for example, in that lineage who want to train in Chan practice, they go train with Chan monks. They don't train with other Taoists in that, for example. They go train with the people who know these techniques very well. And in the lineage that I'm in, I think it's only 3 generations back, one of the lineage holders went to Tibet, for example, pre-1949, 1959, whatever it was, when the Chinese invaded Tibet. And so one of the lineage holders, ironically, for the Taoist lineage that I'm training in, was a holder of pre-Chinese invasion Tibetan tantric understanding of Buddhist Tantra, which is, what the hell? So, yeah, in brief, that's what I'm up to. Training in the Geluk tradition mainly, and training in the Dragon Gate Taoist tradition. Okay, let's see. Waj asks, I mean, he goes beyond meditation, but his whole project does seem ahistorical and maybe relies on some wrong understanding of Buddhist concepts like Buddha nature. Yeah, that's very common. Sense asks or says, I think it's hard to understand the cause of soul and Atma and no self. Yeah. So for those who are new to my Q&A sessions, I go through the comments one at a time, and I work my way from the top to the bottom. The only exception is if you put through a super chat, I'll answer that out of order because I can only do this if people are donating. I can only carry on teaching for free if I have enough donations to keep the lights on. So anyone who's donating basically is allowing me to carry on teaching this for free to everyone else. So I do push those to the front of the line. Otherwise, I go through the comments one at a time from top to bottom, and have been known to stay here until the wee hours of the morning until all the questions have been answered. So I will get to your question. There's no need to put it in twice or mention that I haven't gotten to it yet. I will get to it. Okay. Budhai asks, but it seems like death and the conditions sustaining the existence of mind cease to exist, so how does the mind stream continue? Okay. One thing that has to be understood is that the consciousness that's mentioned on the 12 links is not the subtle consciousness that carries on from life to life. That's referring, in my understanding, to, for example, to like the mental consciousness of a human being. Your consciousness could, in the future, give rise to the mental consciousness of a cricket or a salmon or a chicken or a hungry ghost or a deva, right? They're going to have a mental sense faculty. And in my understanding, when we're talking about consciousness arising on the 12 links, we're talking about that kind of consciousness arising as a link. But before that arises, there's this more subtle layer of consciousness called consciousness without surface. That's the one that's carrying on from lifetime to lifetime. That's the one that is sort of the thing around which we could say your karma is kind of wrapped or being carried along from lifetime to lifetime. So consciousness at that level is not ceasing to exist and then somehow re-arising in the sense that you mean. It's a causal process, so it is going like this. This moment causes the next moment, causes the next moment. But it's not like there's a break somewhere where it's just karma for a while, and then that karma gives rise to a new consciousness or something like that. I don't think that idea has any traction. Okay. Dylan asks, does Buddhism support the idea that we're essentially born enlightened but start entering delusion samsara as we start identifying with the thoughts, etc.? No. So even in the intermediate state between lifetimes, you have all of the same what Buddhism called delusions, kleshas, and you have the same ignorance. In other words, this misperception of how things exist. Even if you were reborn as a flea or a caterpillar or a butterfly or you name it, doesn't matter. You still have this misperception of how you exist. It's not like a philosophical idea you pick up later. And same thing. Anybody who has a pet knows that your dog gets angry sometimes, and your dog can get really attached to certain toys or certain activities. So all beings have these mental afflictions, klesha, and all beings have this ignorance. It's not something that starts up later after you've been born. It's something innate. And then when you start talking about, well, what about wrong views? Wrong view actually means, is mostly referring to, not exclusively, but mostly referring to, how to say, a fully developed philosophical system. So, for example, again, I hope I don't offend any Christians who might see this later, but if you were deeply, deeply convinced about theism in the sense of a creator deity who is uncaused, creates everything else, and you had been convinced, fully convinced of that view of theism based upon a number of different philosophical lines of reasoning and evidence and so forth, you've connected to those reasons, etc. This is now what Buddhism would call a wrong view. So just having the wrong idea about something is not a wrong view. A wrong view is when you have a philosophical system or religious system that you have built up around something that's incorrect. And then now this incorrect idea that you have, that there's a creator deity, for example, who decides what's right and wrong and decides where people go when they die, then starts to influence your ethical behavior, your way of thinking about things, your way of acting about, interacting with other beings in the world. And yes, those views can also lead to good things, which is important to say. But because there's an error, they can also lead to really horrifically bad things. As one philosopher said, and I can't remember who it was, there was a Christian philosopher at some point who said, without God, you can do anything. And there was another one who came later and said, with God, you can make a good man do anything. In other words, someone who would have never done something bad because of their normal conscience, because of having this view, you can change the way their conscience works and make them do things that are unethical that they would have never done. And so this is the problem, one of the problems Buddhism would identify with wrong views. If you have a philosophical system that takes you the wrong way in terms of your ethical behaviors, that's a big problem, right? Okay. Peace for the nations. Hi, I'm a new subscriber. I have a question that's very interesting. How would you interpret rainbow body with logic? So I'm not an expert on rainbow body. Rainbow body is mainly in the Nyingma tradition. I think also maybe a bit in the Sakya and Kagyu traditions. It's not a big thing in the Gelug tradition where I've done most of my training. But my understanding of the rainbow body is that at the time of death, you enter into clear light mind, this subtlest layer of consciousness, and you're meditating on clear light mind. And then you're doing some type of practice within or immediately before or immediately after that mind, in which you are deliberately dissolving the physical components that make up the body as part of that practice. And yeah, I mean, there have been modern cases of people doing this, and it may sound funny to some of you, but I actually find the reports of this to be quite credible, because here's the thing. The idea, for example, that you would lie about your gurus is absolutely horrifying if you hold tantric vows. If you hold tantric vows, the idea of making shit up about your teachers and lying about them will make your blood run completely cold. I mean, not even making up good things about them, lying about your teachers. I mean, it makes me want to curse out loud. Just the thought. According to the tantras, if you take tantric vows with a particular guru, it is as if, or in actuality is the case, that all of the Buddhas, infinite Buddhas of the 3 times, come to reside in your guru at the time of taking the vows and thereafter, so that they can benefit you. And thus, if you were to make up lies and blah, blah, blah about your teacher, remember the video we just did where it said that these are infinite beings with infinite good qualities, and small actions in regards to these beings create these infinite merit and blah, 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 blah. Well, imagine if infinite Buddhas came to reside in a single place, and then you started doing stupid shit like lying about what they were doing. It's unimaginable that you would do that. Do you understand what I mean? So, I find the reports of these things to be credible for a number of reasons. And, there's some not video evidence, but there's some photographic evidence of these things. And from what I've seen of other Tibetan practices surrounding death, again, I find them to be credible, and I think at some point we may not have a scientific explanation, but we'll at least have something on video, at some point. I'm quite sure. Wolfgang asks if Buddhas are associated with different hemispheres of the brain. Definitely not. The Buddha families are representations of the different elements that make up your being, the 5 elements that make up your being, in their perfected form. So you have a body, you have a mind. Within that mind, you have 2 mental factors that are extremely important: feeling and discernment. Not feeling in the terms of emotion, but feeling in terms of just the positive and negative types of sensation you have with your 5 external senses and your mind. And then your discernment, of course, is what allows you to attain liberation and enlightenment. So it's very important. So these 5 components that are identified as, and then you have non-associated compositional factors like karma and non-composed space. So these 5 elements that are making up your being in perfected form are represented as Buddhas, 5 different Buddhas that have specific qualities related to that particular aspect of perfecting your character. So it has nothing to do with hemispheres of the brain, I'm afraid. Okay. So Soupnate is saying that for those who watch this later without the chat activated, that Supi has made the mistake of forcing themselves to sit in uncomfortable and distracting postures of meditation, even injuring themselves. Yeah, this is a big problem. This is why in the Shaolin tradition of meditation, for example, you have all these exercises to make your body work better so that you can sit without hurting yourself. Likewise, in the Tibetan Tantras, not in the Sutra tradition, but part of the Tantric tradition, there's like 2 or 3 different systems for training your body to make your body suitable for meditation. And in particular, long seated sessions of meditation without damaging yourself. If you'd like to know where the idea of physical yogas came from in the Hindu tradition, it's the same idea. That, the reason you do all this stuff to stretch the body and make it strong and allow it to be comfortable in all these weird positions is so that when you sit in meditation for long periods of time, you don't damage yourself. That's one of the big reasons. So, this is incredibly important. And there are Buddhist yogis from the throughout the ages who have said, look, I can't remember, maybe it was Padampa Sangye. It's one of the great Mahasiddhas. I think it might have been Padampa Sangye, or it was Guru Rinpoche, Padmasambhava, one of the 2, if I'm not mistaken, who said, there can't be enlightenment without training the body. That it's so important that you work to make your body appropriate for training that he doesn't see how a person could attain enlightenment without doing that. For those who train in the system that I teach, in the order that I teach meditation trainings, part of the reason that I teach standing meditation with the type of posture that I teach it in is because that posture all by itself will dramatically improve your ability to sit and the health of the body. Even though it's a very simple sort of posture, standing with appropriate posture and sort of stretching the tissue open just slightly so that it's relying on the stretchy bits instead of just the muscles and the bones. It's relying on the elasticity of your connective tissue, does wonders in terms of allowing you to sit comfortably in meditation and to release tension that shouldn't be there and so on. And also, if you were doing retreat and you, as you said, Soupy, like let's say that you've just totally burned your legs out. Well, now you can keep your mind, let's say 80% or 90% in the practice and stand up and carry on with the practice instead of just giving up for the day. So this is a really helpful, really skillful technique, learning how to do your practices while standing up. And then if you can stand in a position that makes the body healthier while you happen to be training your mind, fantastic. You know? I mean, this is one of, I think, the brilliant elements that comes over from the Taoist tradition, or the Buddho Taoist tradition of, oh, thank you, Ty, once again. Oh, thank you. Yes, 12K. I've been meaning to make an announcement, but every time I get close to making the announcement, I've gained another 1,000 followers, and I'm like, okay, well, do I wait now or do I? Anyways, yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind gift and the kind words. But yes, so one of the brilliant things that comes through the traditional Chinese medicine angle and the Taoist angle and the Shaolin angle, which is sort of like, you know, Shaolin Buddhist stuff and the Taoists, they've spent a lot of time interacting, so they've exchanged a lot of information. And the Tantrikas of India, of course, brought Buddhist Tantra and all of the exercises they were doing, probably also into China. And so those made their way, sort of filtered their way through the whole culture of people doing stuff like this. And so, yeah, you know, they have these techniques for while you're doing pretty high level concentration training in a standing posture, you're also using different kinds of postures to make the whole body healthier and better overall. So, you know, you're just packing as many layers of benefit into one activity as you can. Because why, if you're training your mind in concentration, why not also make the body even better for when you need to do seated practice later on? Or vice versa, if you need to make your body stronger, why not use that as an opportunity to also train in concentration at the same time? So it's really brilliant, in particular the way the Chinese systems have brought these things together so that you're working on so many layers of the training process at the same time. It's like the geniuses of 2,000 years have poured their soul, poured every element of their being into making this stuff as efficient as possible. In any case, the way that the order that I put techniques in is based upon that kind of thinking. I was talking with a new student about that today, and I said, you know, normally I don't talk about that. I just, oh, it's Ty sending through more super chats. Thank you so much, Ty. Okay, I'll address Bone in just a second. But yeah, you know, the geniuses of these cultures sort of made these things as efficient as they can. And as lay people, since we don't have, most of us, 4 hours a day to practice, if we can cram, if we can sort of smush, well, I need the health, I need the body to work, I need the body to be flexible, I need the body to be healthy, I need the concentration to be good, I need to be working on the traumas and BS of my life, getting out of my body and mind, blah, 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 blah. If I can cram as much of this transformative activity into one activity as possible, maybe I make less progress in each of them, but I'm working on all of them at the same time. Fantastic. Because I don't have an hour to put into each one of them. And by working on all of them and making them all a little bit better over time, you know, after a month or two of doing that, the quality of my mind will be way better than someone who's just working on one piece. So again, it's brilliant, really brilliant. Not me, these people that came up with this. Okay. So to answer Ty, the bone religion. So the bone religion, let me just double check. Okay, good. So the bone religion, is another interesting bedfellow of different things. I have one of my teachers trained in Bonn, and basically said what it seems to be is like it has elements of Taoist stuff in it, like all these energy practices like Neigong, Qigong, blah 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 that they have in Taoism. It has elements of that. It has elements of Buddhist Tantra. Because it's been interacting with Tibetan Buddhism for so long, there's just huge elements, like fully developed elements of, as far as I can tell, things like Nyingma practice or Kagyu practice or what have you, mixed in, that are full-on Buddhist types of understandings and practices. But then it also has some of the, let's say, I don't know what to call them, sort of the shamanistic native ideas and practices of the Tibetans pre Buddhism. So my teacher, one of my teachers who trained in that system, actually speaks quite highly of it. That Bon can be very beneficial. Okay. Autistic Ghost. Autistic Ghost. Thank you for being here. Glad to have you as a subscriber. How do we check Western biases to not over-psychologize Buddhist concepts and practice? I find as a Western convert, I run into misconceptions from outside folk and other Westerners. I mean, great question. Really, really good question. I don't think there's any fast way to do that. You just have to, bottom line is, the advice I always give people is, they always ask me, what book should I read? They say, is there a good book on this that I can get started with? And I used to say, yeah, read this one, then read these two, and then if that's okay, then go on to this one. And now I'm like, no, there's no good books on this. And the reason is, you're going to bring so much of your bullshit from your history and the stuff you've heard and the popular culture that you've consumed about Buddhism. You're not going to get out of those texts what the text means. So what I tell people is, go find a lineage, go find a lineage of actual practice and start learning whatever it is they're teaching in that lineage. It doesn't matter if it's Thai forest or Burmese practice or Cambodian or Tibetan or Chan or Zen, as long as it's a good, proper lineage of practice and not a BS lineage. Just pick one that is resonating with you, and teachers that are resonating with you that actually have legitimate connections to real lineage practices for these things, and start heading down one road, and then spend 5 or 10 years going pretty full on with that one road. And then here's the other thing. One of my missions, in addition to sort of teaching people about meditation as a relatively secular endeavor, is providing that connective tissue, like you're saying, that you're missing when you study all these things and you get the wrong ideas and you watch this and you watch that, you read this, you read that, and it's just a bunch of nonsense. What I'm doing here with like the Buddhist PhD response videos, and there's a whole series on stages of the path that I'm putting up, and all of these things, is I'm trying to help people who have been misinformed about all this stuff by probably well-intentioned people who should know better, but for some reason don't. I'm trying to help correct that error. Because the fact of the matter is, I've said this before, I'll probably say it again, I don't think self-help with Buddhas is actually a very compelling system of personal transformation. It's not unique, actually. It has very little about it that's unique. And so people that do self-help with Buddhas very rapidly devolve, quite often quit, run on to do other things that are completely unrelated or whatever, don't make much progress. In terms of, I'll give you a really tangible example. I studied every bit of research in cognitive psychology for my master's work that I could get my hands on from 1960 until 2020, okay? 60 years of research, give or take, into the cognitive science of meditation. This is what I studied for my master's degree as a student of religion and philosophy, not a cognitive scientist, admittedly. But you know what I didn't see in the data from any study? I never saw a secular self-help Buddhist, secular cognitive science, mindfulness, stress reduction practitioner, blah, 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 never saw a single scientific study anywhere showing that they were attaining the same states of concentration, for example, as the yogis of Tibet. That the yogis who had spent a lot of time training and meditating, sometimes less years, but the same amount of time, for example, because they had done it more intensively, had done it with the right worldview, had done it understanding what they're doing, blah, 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 blah. The results that those yogis attained, there's a normal bell curve for stuff that happens in human psychology like this, It's like here's some people really suck and they're way out of the range of normal. They're like over here. Most people are kind of like okay at it. And then some people are pretty good at it and they're over here, right? So there's a bell curve like this. In terms of the stuff that's supposed to happen to you if you meditate, here's our bell curve, slide all the way over here. The yogis were so far over here, it was a completely different universe of results that they were attaining, not even close to what self-help with Buddhas was doing for people. You with me? So I'm not convinced that, that's not to say it doesn't help, right? Like secular meditation stuff really does help if you do it well. It helps with all sorts of stuff. But what I'm saying is, if you want to be Buddhist, you can't defend yourself from the criticisms of Ravi Zacharias, for example, with secular Buddhism. He's going to crush you. You can't defend yourself from the philosophical onslaught of physicalist materialism using secular Buddhism. You just can't. And you're never going to be able to motivate yourself to do enough practice to get the most profound results out of the system if you think, well, when I die, that's it. Why in the hell, if when you die, that's it, would you ever spend a month seated in meditation, not making money, not having sex, not hanging out with your friends? Why would you ever do that? Much less spend 3 months or 6 months or a year in retreat. The only reason you're ever going to put in that amount of time, effort, energy, sacrifice is because you think, when I die, that's not the end. And this is worth doing. And there's more to what our existence than just existing as physical beings. So I am actually completely convinced, to not sugarcoat it, that the reason secular Buddhists and self-help with Buddhas kinds of Buddhists aren't making progress to the same degree as these other Buddhists who have all of these beliefs that the secularists say you don't need to do any of this. The reason the secularists aren't getting the same results is because they don't have the beliefs that motivate the absolutely radical, intense actions that lead to the results of practice. Again, secular meditation stuff is good. Really helps people. The data on it, in terms of this bell curve of normal experience, you can get people to hear, which is incredible by itself. But what the yogis are getting is, here's our bell curve, they're getting this over here, in a totally different universe of experience of what's possible for the human mind. So having said all of that, part of how you can not fall into the standard Western thing is you really need to know what the real arguments are that are being made in Buddhism. You need to know what the real claims are. You need to know how all of the moving parts and pieces fit together within the religious worldview, even if you don't accept it yet, which is fine. I say this all the time, but even though in the beginning I really wanted to believe all this stuff, I couldn't. Maitri, thank you so much for becoming a stream enterer. Glad to have you here. Mohammed Bun, thank you so much. Wow, you guys are so generous. Thank you for being here. You really do. You make all this possible. Really appreciate it. So the way that you don't fall into that is, even if you don't believe all this stuff yet, just don't say yes to it and don't say no to it. Just learn it, learn how the pieces fit together, and start doing the training as it's described in the actual systems you're studying and see where it actually goes. And as the experiences stack up and stack up and stack up, and weirder, for lack of a better term, weirder stuff starts to happen, more and more and more of this worldview that you've put together based upon logic and little observations and so forth starts to become convincing, not just logical, but really convincing. All right? That's my opinion. That's hopefully that helps. Samuel, I think no scripture is perfectly preserved. That's a big topic. And that's another one where probably in that top 10 things people don't understand about Buddhism video, I need to put that. That will very likely be in there somewhere. Did I miss a super chat? I did, didn't I? Yeah, I think traditionally Bohm claimed their founder. Okay, yeah, I did that one. I have tremendous. Okay, General Tao. I have tremendous success with the Wheel of Life diagram as an introduction. It leads people to ask questions and to point them in the right direction. Yeah, yeah, Thai, that would make sense that Lord Lao might be in their pantheon. Okay. I think I'm caught up on super chats. Let me go back. Where am I? Okay. Ajad. Do you think Gnosticism and Buddhism have some overlap? Yeah. Again, here's my opinion if you're asking just in general about systems that have a mystical element or a meditative element. We all share in common some basic kinds of development for ethics and good character. Because without ethics and good character, you can't train in meditation and be successful in meditation. So, all of us who are on either a path of meditative practice or mystical kinds of practices, regardless of the tradition, will share not exactly the same, obviously, but significantly similar in various areas of our practice, training in ethics and character as a foundation for us then training in concentration. However that concentration is described, and it'll be different depending upon which system you're talking about, Kabbalah, Sufism, the path of bhakti, the whatever. It's going to be different. The way they accomplish concentration might be different system to system. But when you look closely and you sort of, you take a nice close look, you'll go, oh, there's the concentration. I see it. There it is. Like Eastern Orthodox, for example, if you look up, what is that? There's a prayer they do where they say, I can't remember it exactly, but it's something like, Lord Jesus Christ, please forgive this poor man a sinner, or this poor person a sinner, something like this. And they say it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again while doing prostrations. And if you do that and you fully put your mind into it, doing a verbal recitation, doing a physical prostration, while generating a virtuous state of mind of faith, humility, whatever you're generating, and holding your mind in that condition, you're going to generate concentration. And so if you're generating concentration, then as a Buddhist, I can say with some confidence that we're going to be sharing a lot of the ethical struggle we have in common. Because to generate concentration, you needed the ethics. And since you're also training in concentration, by the way, I'm training in concentration too. So now we have all that in common. We have the whole struggle of trying to train ourselves, as distractible, blah, 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 blah beings, mind constantly going. We have in common that we have to train in concentration to get to wherever it is we're going. And then also some Christian mysticism, if you read Mohammed, I'll be right back to your question when I finish the current one, but yes, I'll answer that. So when you read, for example, there's a wonderful sort of poem almost, but there's a text called A Cloud of Unknowing from one of the Christian mystics. And when you read that text, if you just sort of turn your head this way a little bit and squint and read it, and you get rid of just a couple of words, you go, this sounds like a Zen guy to me. You know, like this sounds is starting to sound a little Buddhist-y, Mr. Christian mystic. Because he's looking for the person and he's unable to find, he enters a cloud of unknowing about where the person went that he thought he was. And here's the thing, according to my understanding of Buddhism at least, if you were to gain insight into selflessness by accident, roughly speaking, because you were doing inquiry into the nature of consciousness on the basis of having attained concentration through doing whatever it was you were doing as a Christian mystic, you've just achieved a Buddhist insight. It doesn't matter that you're calling yourself something else. The Dharma is the realization of selflessness, the realization of impermanence. That's what the Dharma is. The Dharma is not calling yourself a Buddhist. So I think there are cases probably where non-Buddhists are even gaining the wisdom aspect of Buddhism, but they don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to cultivate it systematically. They don't know what to call it. But they maybe get, because of concentration, because they've been engaged in profound states of concentration, that through looking even further at themselves, they get to this maybe not direct realization, but maybe what we would call a valid inference even, that the self they thought was there is not there. And then this puts them, in a gray area, for sure. For sure, it's gray. I can't make it black or white myself. Are they going exactly the same direction as me? Hard to say. I have hesitation saying yes, but where exactly, if we're walking the same way, exactly where we diverge it's a question, right? It's not a definite point where we're heading off in different directions. And it may even be, because again, if you read the Buddhist sutras, this is really cool. Lock in for this. If you read certain sutras, the Buddha says, during degenerate times, which is what we're in now, during degenerate times, Buddhas will appear as non-Buddhist teachers to lead sentient beings. Well, wait a minute. Are you telling me that Buddhas will appear as Christian Gnostics and Eastern Orthodox people and Hindu teachers and Jain teachers and popes and whatever else in order to lead sentient beings further down the Buddhist path? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, that's basically what the sutra is saying. Furthermore, if you'd like a little anecdote, this is a good bit of fun. One of my teachers from Sarajay Monastery, Geshe Tenzin Namdak in London, he told this story. He said that there was a tulku, a reincarnated lama, who they spent years looking for his reincarnation and they couldn't find him. And then, I don't know how long it was, maybe like 20 years they were looking. And they couldn't find his reincarnation. And they were really, it's upsetting if you can't find the reincarnation of one of your teachers. The Green, thank you so much for the generous donation. I will be right back to your question as well. I will be right around to your question. I do the super chats in their sort of their own order ahead of the chat, so I will get to you very soon. So another highly accomplished yogi, another highly accomplished reincarnate lama who had a really close connection with this particular lama, this particular highly accomplished meditator, finally through clairvoyance located this person like 20 years later. And he went to him, and this guy was living as a Hindu teacher. And he said, I know who you are. And he goes, yeah, it's me. And he goes, what are you doing? Like, we've got a spot for you at the monastery. We've been looking for you for so long. What are you doing here? Teaching Hinduism. And he said, well, I looked at the karma of sentient beings. I was looking around, and I saw through looking at the different karma of beings that if I became a Hindu teacher for this lifetime, there'd be more benefit. On the whole, there'd be more benefit to all of these beings. So I decided to become a Hindu teacher instead of reincarnating as a Tibetan Lama. Excuse me? So that makes it even more gray, doesn't it? Like if there are great bodhisattvas who can recall their past lives, who know all of the Buddha's teachings, who are highly accomplished yogis, who have realizations of emptiness, who are on the bodhisattva path, are deliberately taking rebirth as non-Buddhist teachers in the current age and teaching people non-Buddhist religion in the current age. Where are they taking these people? And when those people in those lineages get to a certain place in their training and those teachers go, by the way, why don't you, instead of stopping at just accessing consciousness, why don't you investigate the nature of that consciousness? And then when those people go, oh, the self I thought that was there is not there. Have they achieved a Hindu insight? Or have they achieved a direct realization of emptiness in a Buddhist insight? You tell me. I'm inclined to say they probably achieved a Buddhist insight. You put whatever name on it you want. So this is how Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are. They don't care. They don't care what name you put on it. They want you to gain realizations. Humbly speaking for myself, I kind of feel the same way. This is why I don't care what people practice outside of what I teach. Like, if you want to come train with me and you want to learn the stuff that I do, come train, come do it. And at some point, you're going to have experiences that lead you a certain direction. And I don't care what you call yourself. I want you to gain realizations. This is how I feel about it. Okay. Hopefully that makes some sense. Now, I've got to do 2 super chats and then come back to the top of the chat. Okay. Can I give a rough taxonomy of broad types of meditation, like one-pointed versus open awareness? Yeah. So, roughly speaking, one way that's really helpful to think about meditation techniques is that you're either meditating on, there's sort of 3 things that you can do, okay? Roughly. You can meditate on something that is an object of focus, and that could be a physical object. It could be a verbal recitation. It could be a visualized image. It could be generating the understanding of impermanence as a conceptual image. You go, this is what impermanence is, and you hold that understanding in your mind as an object of concentration. So that's meditation on an object. The second type that's similar to this is meditation by generating your mental state into something. So, for example, loving kindness is meditating on a subject that is an object. You turn your mental state into loving kindness, and then you hold your mind in that state as the object of meditation. So the object is a subjective state that you have generated on purpose that you're now holding or maintaining during the duration of the meditation session. Another example would be karuna. Another example would be patience. Another example would be humility. Another example would be the willingness to give. In other words, generosity or charity. Yeah, so basically all of these things that we're supposed to have as Buddhists that none of us have, right? You cultivate those on purpose. You generate those attitudes, those ways of feeling, those ways of being motivated, and then you hold the mind in that condition. So this is what I call in my course, this is what I call Foundation 5, being able to reshape what's on the surface of your mind. Generating the subject into a particular state and holding it in that state so that you change the way that you are when you're not thinking about it. Now you are more generous. Now you are more patient. Now you are more loving, and so on. And then finally, there's meditation that there's non-meditation, basically, where you're not meditating on You're not meditating by generating the subject into something you're holding, and you're not meditating by placing the mind on an object. You're meditating by existing as one of your consciousnesses in an unaltered state. So this is what I call foundation 4 in the types of techniques that I teach, because actually, according to the great yogis, as bizarre as this sounds, that's a technique that beginners can do, and it can take you all the way down the path. It's like one of these brilliant techniques that is both accessible to people who are just starting out, and if you continue developing it, can take you all the way down the path. So what I call foundation 4 is actually Mahamudra style practice, where you learn how to abide as or in the fundamental nature of your 5 external senses, and then the fundamental nature of your mental consciousness. Right? So how does Chan, Zen, Thien, Sion style practice fit in? Non-meditation, or types of meditation where you're sitting in an unaltered state, abiding as one of your consciousnesses or all of your consciousnesses, where the key technique is not abiding on an object and not generating the subject into a particular state, but instead is, for example, this one's relatively accessible. If you, right now, you can do this at home. Right now, if you just let your eyes move forward and relax, if you just sort of let your attention zoom back like this, just let your attention kind of zoom back close to your face so that you can see your nose and your eyes and stuff. And then just sort of relax your attention one more time and just become aware that you can see this, like if this is my vision, you can see this whole box, right? That your whole visual field can be like one object, actually. So you don't have to do anything in the chat or anything, but some of you will be able to do that, maybe do it okay. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect because we're doing this in like 10 seconds. The nature of your visual consciousness is to give rise to one big visual image, like the one that you're seeing right now. It gives rise to this entire visual image, and then it's aware of that entire visual image. That's what visual consciousness does. That's how it exists. And so to abide in that consciousness as an object of meditation, you don't have to do anything. As a matter of fact, you need to pull your mind back from doing stuff. Otherwise, it's not resting on the nature of that consciousness. So this is when you start talking about the intention of no intention, the action of no action, the meditation of non-meditation, blah, 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 blah. Those aren't mystical statements. Those are practical descriptions of abiding on the nature of one of your consciousnesses as an object of meditation. And that's what they've begun calling in modern psychology open awareness kinds of meditations. But again, I don't think that is the best way of thinking about it. I think the traditional terms that are used for this are better than the ones they've come up with in psychology, because none of them can do these meditations. Okay. So I've got one more super chat, and then and then I'll go back to answering the questions in order. The Green says, I'm a lay Vajrayana practitioner. What do you view as the major differences between Guru Rinpoche's Dzogchen lineage and the Mahasiddha Mahamudra lineage? I really do truly wish I could answer that question more fully than I can. I really, really, really want to train in the Dzogchen tradition when I get the chance, but I haven't. And so I don't feel entirely comfortable commenting on it, because what I know of it is this, and this could be wrong. What I know of it or have heard of it is that it's Hatha Yoga. It is abiding on that subtlest layer of consciousness that only usually arises at the time of death. Anything else you're doing prior to that in the practice of Dzogchen, in my understanding, which again might be wrong, is basically getting you to the point where you can do that type of meditation. And so this is why there's actually no contradiction between doing all the tantric techniques, blah, 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 that lead to the ability to make manifest that subtlest ground of consciousness that in the Geluk Mahamudra tradition we call clear light, because you have to do a bunch of stuff to make that mind manifest. Otherwise, it's not manifest. And then you can't meditate on it. The only other sort of significant difference that maybe exists is that in the Dzogchen lineage, I think there are some streams of that teaching. And again, I could be wrong because I'm not an expert, but I think there are some streams of that teaching where once you've achieved the ability to make manifest clear light mind or Rigpa mind, the task is simply to abide in that mind and leave it unaltered. As we were just saying with meditating on your normal consciousnesses, right? You abide in a state of non-doing. You abide as that mind, and that's it. And if my understanding of that is correct, then I think there's like a little piece missing to that training in my, again, actually legitimately humble view as a Geluk practitioner, because I'm not sure. And I don't want to make a mistake about this. So from our standpoint, there's still one little piece that needs to be added, not simply abiding in that awareness, which is pure, but in order to overcome ignorance, you need to combine that awareness with your understanding of emptiness. And so that's the piece that we would say maybe isn't in some lineages, not all, but in some lineages of Dzogchen is not there. Maybe, big maybe, And then who knows? Maybe those schools are right. Maybe you don't need to do that work if you've set up the way that you're accessing clear light / Rigpa. If you've set that up in the right way, maybe you don't have to do that. I don't know. So I don't want to pass judgment on it. I'm just sort of throwing out there what I know. Okay, Tai says, again, thank you, Tai, for the generous donation. In my home city of Shanghai, it's very common for a person to go to both Buddhist and Taoist temples to pray because they're both seen as tradition. Yeah, and it's my humble opinion, actually, that, because these traditions have spent so long interacting with each other in China in particular, but different parts of the world, they've spent so much time interacting and exchanging information back and forth, and practitioners have done both, that actually these traditions really do benefit each other. Getting to learn how to train your mind in terms of concentration, for example, using Taoist methods, and then going back to your Buddhist methods and looking at, okay, what are the differences? What is the sort of theoretical component they're using to explain how this works, et cetera, really helps. This is part of why I want to have these dialogues in the Two Truths podcast, right? Because I want to have these opportunities to go, okay, tell me how to attain samadhi. As a Taoist, how are you attaining samadhi? How is that different from the Buddhist method in your understanding? What are the challenges you face as a layperson in terms of attaining samadhi or the first couple of jhanas, for example? How do you overcome those difficulties? Because they have the same terminology, Okay. Yes, Tai. So I think you're right that there is a bit of a debate on whether the qualities of a Buddha are basically already there, fully ready, formed, etc., except you need to sort of uncover them, or whether you have to develop those qualities having come in contact with the fundamental nature of your being. You still need to develop those rather than sort of just uncover them, if that makes sense. So I think there is a bit of a debate about that, but in terms of actual practical training stuff that you need to do, I think it's not that big of a difference. You're going to have to do the same training stuff either way. Dylan, sorry I missed your super chat here. Do you like Plum Village? Yeah, I do. Plum Village. I like Thich Nhat Hanh's stuff. I like that community. I think they're good people. Autistic. Oh, how did I miss this? My goodness. Where does it matter for what labels we use? Why are the main rafts Zen, Pure Land, Theravada different? Thank you. Okay, that's a big question. Um, so each school has a unique emphasis. Each school has a unique emphasis in how they train you, and they have their own training methods. Um, they and some of them are putting certain things first and other things later that another school will put first rather than, you know what I mean? Like they change the order of things. And then they all have their own flavor. So, like the Shaolin, they have a lot more physical stuff you could do to help you train in meditation versus, um, I don't know, the Thai forest. And so they have different methods to help different kinds of people get through the same steps and stages in practice. Pure Land is a little different because Pure Land is saying that if you don't have the capability to do it in this lifetime because of the type of person you are, then let a Buddha help you enter a Pure Land and then do the work there instead, right? But even advanced tantric practitioners will try to enter Pure Lands. A seeker of truth. Hello, welcome. Because it can be really beneficial. If you're an advanced tantric practitioner and you don't want to risk potentially falling off the path for some reason, you can directly sort of shoot your consciousness to pure realms to finish your training there. So even at the most advanced levels of practice, you find Pure Land kinds of practices. It's called POA practice, transference of consciousness. Okay. All right. Let me now make my way back up to where we were so I can get back to the other questions in the chat. Okay, so I'm back to Soma now. What are your thoughts on the Book of Eights, especially the emphasis on having no views can be confusing? It seems that this may be related to discarding the raft. Give me a moment. I need to look up the Book of Eights. Let me see. Have insight into whatever phenomenon is present, right where it is, not faltering, not agitated. By knowing whatever is present, one develops mind. Okay. Let's see. I think this is a fairly large collection of different types of teaching. Is it not? Unless you're talking about the shorter one. If you're talking about AN 8.3. Okay. I mean, if you're talking about AN 8.3, I mean, this is just saying that if a monk basically, if a person in training does certain types of things, it's gonna damage their training, and also create harmony or disharmony in the spiritual community. So, for example, let's see. He's going to go to his fellow monks. He is respected and esteemed by them. Right. Okay. Sorry. So, for example, if you give a bunch of praise to people who are doing a lot of things wrong, this tends to create disharmony. If you give a lot of criticism to those who are doing basically everything right, this creates disharmony. If you have great desire to have a lot of gain sort of conventional gain in what it is you're doing. Like, for example, if I wanted to become a multimillionaire by teaching the things that I'm teaching, that's going to get in the way of me actually teaching and helping people, obviously, right? In the same way, honor, if you're simply trying to become popular and important, and it's more important to you become popular and important than to give the teachings or to make progress in your training, that's going to be a problem. If you don't have a sense of that if you do bad things that it will embarrass you in front of the community, that will create a problem, because you need this tool of thinking, if I do certain things, it would embarrass my teachers really badly. If I say certain things, it would hurt my teachers, embarrass my community really badly. That sense of reserve that you have in regards to, not doing certain things, not saying certain things because you don't want, to dishonor yourself or to dishonor your community is important. It keeps your ethics in line. um, Anyways, yeah, I mean, that seems pretty straightforward to me. Hopefully that answers the question. A seeker of truth, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Okay. Back to the normal questions. So, Dylan, have you ever looked into trauma release exercises? Like, I have not. I have mentioned regularly trauma in the body. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of stuff, we could say, physical training stuff in Taoism, for example, and in, hmm, how do I put this? It's a fairly well known thing that part of the patterns that your mind has are associated with your body. And so if you change your body, even scholars like Vasubandhu, not Vasubandhu, Dharmakirti, right, is very important in Buddhist history. His texts are some of the most important texts in the Buddhist corpus. So Dharmakirti, I think it was him or Vasubandhu, who are both extremely important. They have these sort of one-off statements where they say, well, yes, of course, if you train your body, for example, then your mind will become more calm. So this is beneficial for your training overall. So, yeah, I mean, this is acknowledged in several important places. In the Pali Canon, you don't get much of this, but if you look at certain sources, it says, for example, that if there's a lot of pain in the body, you won't be able to train in concentration. So you need to keep the body healthy enough that there's not a lot of pain in the body. So, anyways, you find sort of here and there these kinds of statements. I'm not familiar with that particular method, but yes, I think there's reasons to think that training your body can really benefit you in terms of overcoming emotional emotional problems more quickly. So Yuval Harari, yeah, I like him. I like him a lot. Um, Again, there are rare exceptions to the rule. I think, yes, there are some people for some reason who do very intense practice because of whatever. Like, I was talking to one of one of my new students a few days ago who did nothing, was always an atheist, blah blah blah, and then for some reason he decided he was going to start doing meditation, and almost immediately was doing 4 hours a day. And then he started having experiences that made it impossible for him to remain a materialist. And he is not a woo woo guy. He's not into crystals. He's not into spirit healing. He's like, again, he was totally skeptical, totally, none of this shit is real. And if you believe it, you're stupid, like full on kind of, you know. And he started, for some reason, was attracted to meditation, was training 4 hours a day. And then he started having really profound clairvoyant experiences. Like his girlfriend, for example, is Chinese, and he doesn't speak Chinese, and she was speaking Chinese to a friend, and he knew what they were saying to each other because he could hear their thoughts, and he knew what the semantic content of their thoughts was. And so he started answering the things they were saying in English, and his girlfriend was super freaked out. And she was like, how did you know what we were saying? And he was like, I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, you can for some people, for some reason, you have the whatever it is from the past that makes you drive really really hard in your practice. And yeah, that does happen for some people, but it is really the exception to the rule. Most people won't develop those motivations without taking on the worldview. Okay, Devin says, in Buddhism, Gautama Buddha got enlightened, but Jesus was God, the Word was God, and it nowhere written that he was enlightened, but he was human and divine at the same time. P.S. Church. Okay, fair enough. In the video I just did, in the premiere I just did, one of the interesting things that you find is that the Buddha says, when you see me, you see the Dharma. When you see the Dharma, you see me. And Dharma means truth. Dharma means the way or the path. And Dharma also means the fruition of the path, which is eternal life and happiness. And also means eternal relationship with all beings, interdependence. So, as I mentioned in the video, there's a very similar claim being made on the part of the Buddha that truth, the path to truth, and the result of successful pursuit of the path of truth is what he is. Right? So this is actually, I think, an equivalently radical claim to the one that Christians are attributing to Jesus in terms of claiming to be basically the truth of reality and the way to the truth of that reality and the result of the of the truth of reality, right? Okay. Dia Felino, Dr. Jared, I'm a subscriber as well. I heard that if you have PTSD or some sort of family trauma that affected your self-worth, the rejection of ego in that sense could be dangerous. No. I think there's a fair amount of evidence from cognitive science that doing, for example, body scanning meditation can be quite helpful for people with PTSD. Anything, in my understanding, that will help your nervous system remain in, what is it, a parasympathetic sort of response instead of that fight or flight response, is going to be helpful and beneficial, in my understanding. Again, I'm not your doctor, and I'm not a trained psychologist, but it stands to reason, and I think there's some evidence that training in things like body scanning, which is the second technique I have in my materials and the way that I train people, is very beneficial for people with PTSD, because it's one of the most effective methods for making your nervous system extremely calm, extremely quickly. Furthermore, there's no such thing as rejecting your ego in Buddhism. This is, again, maybe on that top 10 list of things I need to debunk. You need to have a stronger ego than you've ever had in your life to be successful in Buddhism. This is where the stream should clear out, because everyone will think I'm full of crap. But think about what I said earlier, if you were here earlier. When you train in subjective objects of meditation, what are you doing? You're changing your personality. You're making yourself have more determination, more patience, more stick-to-itiveness, more love, more compassion, more generosity. What is all that? That's what we call ego. This is all of the elements that make up your personality and give you drive, give you force, give you power, give you capability. So you need to have a more powerful ego than you've ever had in your life to be successful at this, which means that your self-worth needs to go through the roof. One of the first topics in the Lam Rim tradition of Tibetan Buddhism is the preciousness of a human rebirth, which is all about self-worth, that you have this incredible, beautiful opportunity to do something. And you find it in the Pali too. In the Pali, the Buddha says, when an oxen is being used to plow a field, they have this thing they put around their neck, a yoke that goes around the neck. Usually it's wood, right? And the Buddha said, imagine someone threw a wooden yoke, onto the surface of the oceans. And I'm elaborating just slightly, but imagine that all of the oceans of the earth were completely connected, right? So I think they say 7 oceans in Buddhism, right? That there are 7 oceans on the earth. So imagine that all of the oceans of the earth are connected, and somewhere on the surface of the 7 oceans is this one yoke that's the size of the neck of one cow. Okay? One ox. You with me? And the Buddha says, now imagine that on the bottom of the ocean, somewhere in the 7 oceans, is a blind turtle or a half-blind turtle. And that turtle turtles can hold their breath for a long time, but this one's a little bit special. The Buddha says this turtle can hold its breath for 100 years. So once every 100 years, this turtle comes up for air, this blind turtle or almost blind turtle comes up for air. He says, bhikkhus, my renunciates, my monks, what do you think the chances are that turtle would put its head through that yoke floating somewhere on the 7 oceans? And they said, venerable sir, it's basically impossible. And he goes, that's the rebirth you just got. He said, the odds of you by accident, having not directly cultivated the ethics, having not taken the vows, having not taken refuge in your immediate previous life, having not prepared the circumstances on purpose to take a rebirth like this one, and just accidentally taking rebirth as a human, when a Buddha is here giving teachings and you have all of the tools available to train yourself to take another nice rebirth, or to attain nirvana, or to attain full awakening, is equivalent to that turtle coming up from the bottom of the ocean and accidentally putting its head through that yoke, floating somewhere on the 7 oceans. I mean, how incredible. If that's true, whether or not it's true is another issue, but just imagine if that's actually true, how incredible. This opportunity, this chance, the rarity, unbelievable, right? And so there are tools like this in the canon that are there to increase your self-worth, to increase your enthusiasm for being alive and having the chance to do all this stuff. So you need to have a bigger ego than you've ever had in your life to overcome your inappropriate sense of self. So your ego, in the sense of all of this drive, motivation, power, that's not the problem. The problem is that you see yourself in a way that you don't actually exist. You do exist, but you see yourself in a way that you don't exist. And that has to be overcome. And overcoming that doesn't destroy your self-worth. Hopefully that helps. Devin says, suffering from a number of mental health issues. What I tell people that have mental health issues of any kind is Buddhism, generally speaking, is what's called, from a Western psychological standpoint, Buddhism is what's called a wellness psychology. And what that means is that if you're within the normal range of sort of mental problems that we all have, that Buddhism is meant to take you from that normal range to somewhere over here where you are even better than a normal person in terms of your internal wellness, that your internal state is even better than normal, even better than average, that you have far exceeded, or at least somewhat exceeded, the normal expectations for a person's internal well-being. So the entire Buddhist system, more or less, is designed to take someone on this normal range to the extraordinary range. So if you find yourself over here on the other side where you're not yet in the normal range, what Western psychology is really good at is taking people that are in this part where they're not in the normal range and giving you techniques, giving you therapies, giving you medications, blah, 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 to bring you back over here. So use what we have to make yourself normal enough to do the work that might, in the long run, not in the short run, the work that might, in the long run, help you make some progress against your condition over the course of 10 years, 20 years, 30 years of practice, not next week. If you start thinking, I've been doing this meditation thing for a couple weeks now, maybe I don't need to take my medication, don't do that. Don't do that. Take your medication, go to your therapy, do all the normal stuff. And over the course of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years, I know from personal experience and from a lot of other practitioners that you can make some progress against the conditions you suffer from in terms of major mental health problems. But it's not fast, it's not overnight, and between here and there, you should see your Western therapists, and you should be taking the medications they're recommending to help you stay in this range, normal range. You know, we're all a little bit weirdos, right? But stay in the normal range of weirdos instead of, as you know, if you get very depressed, things can go really wrong. Or if you're suffering from various kinds of delusions that are beyond the normal delusions that people suffer from, things can go really wrong. So, yeah, having said that, I very much encourage people to continue with Western therapies. And, also if you're suffering from something that's very conventional, like if you're having relationship problems, like with your wife or your husband or whatever, make use of conventional, normal therapies to help you through whatever you're going through. Because if your life is less chaotic, you'll be able to do more practice and make more progress in your practice. Okay. Yeah, Major General Tao says, if you tell a hungry ghost to face a wall and move through it, they can't. But if you tell them to look through and pass the wall, they just arrive at the destination without traveling. It's a really interesting thing, actually, that if you read near-death experience, a lot of near-death experience, they say, I thought about my uncle, and immediately I was at my uncle's house. Or I thought about being on the roof of the hospital, and immediately I was on the roof of the hospital. I thought about what's happening in other star systems in the universe, and immediately my consciousness, my awareness was in like a totally different star system somewhere else in the universe. So what Buddhism says is that your consciousness actually is non-physical and non-local. It doesn't inhabit just one place. So the place that you see yourself being is just like a focal point in your awareness that is otherwise sort of spread out over space, you could say. So you don't have to travel anywhere because you're just changing the place in which the center of your awareness happens to be located at that time. Is my way of thinking about it. Again, it's not quite canon, but this is my way of thinking about it. And so when you read the Bardo texts from the Tibetan yogis expanding on tantric stuff, for example, Tibetan Book of the Dead, blah blah blah. That's what they describe. They say, well, as soon as you die, first you gain clairvoyance, and you hear that from near-death experience. People say, oh, I could read people's minds, I could move through walls, I could jump between locations, my mind could exist in more than one location at the same time. And this is what you hear in near-death experience. So it makes me go, okay, maybe these yogis know what they're talking about, you know? Otherwise, how do they find all this out? Okay. So Ajadal asks, in Thailand, they revere Hindu deities such as Ganesh as a primary form of practice. It looks more like bhakti yoga to me, but they see it fit with Buddhism. What am I missing? So there are some syncretic practices, we might call them, where over many centuries, especially amongst the laity, the lay person, the everyday man and woman, they have sort of gone, you know what? Buddhists are powerful, the Hindus are powerful. Let's just take all the powerful stuff and we'll have an altar at home where we have all the powerful beings because we want to be friends with everybody. You know? Also, the Buddhist tantras, in particular, because how much do I want to say? Part of what you need to do to be successful in the tantras is make sure that you don't piss off the deities that live in the area that you're doing your practices and so forth. Because at that level of your practice and that level of your training, you can piss things off that will cause problems and make it so you can't complete your practices. And so part of those practices is ensuring that you have good relationships with the other powerful beings that happen to be around, some of whom aren't Buddhist. You know, so there's that element as well. Yeah. Hopefully that's enough. Emmanuel asks if I could say more about Padmasambhava. Sure. Padmasambhava is one of the most important saints in the Tibetan tradition, also called. Wait, I know I'm right about this, but you know, you start talking about something and then you go, wait a minute. Yeah, good. That's right. So Padmasambhava is also known as Guru Rinpoche. Guru Rinpoche. And 9th century, 8th century, thereabouts, one of the most important and most powerful yogis who ever visited Tibet and was extremely influential in the first transmissions of Buddhism to Tibet, and therefore is considered to be, or is more emphasized in terms of his teachings in schools like Nyingma, in my understanding, and Kagyu Sakya, which are a bit older than the Gelug. The Gelug is a little bit younger in terms of its how to say. I mean, it grows out of these other traditions, so in a sense, you could say it's quite old in that way. But it's growing out of mainly the Kagyu tradition, for example, and it's mainly emphasizing the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, sort of as the foundation, instead of some of these earlier saints who came in the earlier parts of Tibetan history. So Padmasambhava was, if I'm not mistaken, Indian, although there's a lot we don't know about Padmasambhava. And thank you, Ty. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay, so Tai says, I think according to Vajrayana tradition, Hindu tantras were actually taught by Manjushri, but supposedly they got Manjushri's teachings wrong. Yeah, I mean that could be so. I mean that story could be so, but also you have to think tantra has been floating around since like maybe the 3rd century, at least. I actually think it goes back to the Buddha, but there's some other academics who'd be really angry if I said that. But I actually think it goes back to the Buddha, the original Buddha. I think it was an oral tradition and got passed down and only later got written down. And I think it was probably something shared in common between the Buddhists and the Hindus and the Jains, I think, also for a long time. And so, same thing, you have these communities interacting, talking, debating, sharing stuff. You know, um, I think these are the things that happen when communities live close to each other. Yeah, so Padmasambhava, very, very important. In particular, I think, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Nyingma Kagyu Sakya is very important. Also important in the Gelug, but less so because they emphasize Lama Tsongkhapa and Lama Tsongkhapa's followers. Dia asks, what's your opinion on the likelihood that the Essenes were Jewish Sangha influenced by the spread of Buddhism after the time of Ashoka? I'm actually not familiar with that, so I don't have an opinion on it. My apologies. I wish I had more to say. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, Oates, I agree with you. Probably being able to access your difficult memories, etc., with the mind in a calmer place is very good for your therapeutic training. Do I know of any literature examining Buddhist personality theory? There's a whole category of Buddhist thought. In the Tibetan tradition, they call it mind and mental factors, that describes all of the all of the things that Buddhists say make up your cognitive faculties. Studying that subject is a long, complicated endeavor because it is at least as complicated as, I don't know, like getting a master's degree in cognitive science. It is a fully developed model of how your cognitive processes and so forth work, and it's not simple. It's very complicated. um, I had the great pleasure of being able to study that for, I think, about half a year with one of my teachers. You're welcome, Devin. Okay. Okay, peace for the nations. After hearing your explanation of the turtle and the water, do you personally believe that you were an ascended master? Me? No. Definitely not. Definitely not an ascended master. uh, I don't know. I don't know about my past lives. Uh, what can I say about this? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I wish I had more to say on that. I just don't. Daniel asks, hello, Dr. Jones and everyone. Who's the best author writing about psychology and Buddhism? I see a lot of mindfulness being done in behavioral therapy, which is great, but Buddhism probably has many options. Um, to be blunt, honestly, I can't think of any authors sort of writing, let's say, from a secular Buddhist perspective on all of this that I think are getting enough right that I would recommend them to anyone. The authors that I would recommend, I would recommend studying them, as I've said many times and will say many times in the future. Study it in a lineage. Pick a lineage of actual practice, because the semantics, the meaning, the real meaning and purpose of the stuff being taught isn't just like the right formula of words on the page. It's a huge web of relationships and interconnections between topics and training experiences that comes through a lineage as one package. And once you've marinated in one lineage like that, where you have that full package of semantic, of meanings and definitions and terms and so forth, and experiences coming out of the training in that lineage, once you have that full stream, sort of, you've marinated in it, and you're what's a good word for this? You're sort of, you know, I think you get my point. Then, having developed to at least that point, you can then start reading all sorts of other stuff, and it starts to fit in. You can slot it into all of these subjects, topics, definitions, blah blah blah, that you have from that one lineage. If I were to give myself any praise, which I really don't like doing, but if I were to offer sort of one praise of myself that might be beneficial to other people to hear, it's that I've had this stick-to-itiveness to stay with one lineage for a really long time. I've been a Geluk for almost 20 years, and I don't think everyone should be Geluk. I don't think everyone should train in my lineage, but I think people should choose a lineage that is a real lineage and not like a bullshit lineage, you know, not like a really bad California Zen lineage, but like a proper lineage where they have the full package of some type of Buddhist stuff. Fully immerse yourself in that, learn it, and spend like 90% of your energy in terms of studying stuff on that for 5 or 10 years. And then everything else you can start slotting into and fitting into and understanding using that framework. But there's really no amount of books you could read independent of that that will produce a lot of benefit. Okay. Manjushri Mula Kalpa. Mula. The middle eon? Manjushri's middle eon? Okay. Mula Madhyamaka. Entering the eon? Entering the... Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Ty. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Oh. Dylan, thanks for answering my questions. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on Kundalini, Shaktipat, transmission of spiritual energy from a guru to disciple to awaken dormant Kundalini. Yeah, all those are real things. That's my opinion. Should you do it today or like next week? Probably not. I mean, yeah, those are real things. They have the same practices in Taoism. They have the same practices in Hinduism. They have the same practices, as far as I understand, in Jainism. This is one of those things of opening the central channel of the subtle body and then storing more of the stuff that makes you alive in the lower abdomen, and then compressing it so much that it shoots up the spine and causes certain effects in terms of your psychology and your experience. This is a technique that you find all over the place. It seems to be everywhere that you look in terms of Asian meditation systems. So definitely a real thing. In terms of transmission of spiritual energy, I don't really like the term spiritual or energy. Usually I say there are types of substances that come along with consciousness, then those substances are not physical. It's not energy. We know what energy is from physics. It's like materials, the potential of material stuff to do things. And this isn't that. It's not bioelectric. It's not, electromagnetism. It's not heat. This is not a physical substance. They've studied Qigong masters and stuff who can do things with these types of sub-physical substances where they're producing real physical effects, but then when they measure to try to find what's producing the effect, they can't find anything. There are a bunch of examples like that that show that it's not a physical substance, whatever it is. So, but it's also not spiritual. It's just part of the makeup of reality, and it's not protons, electrons, and neutrons, and it comes along with consciousness. As a matter of fact, I've done this exercise previously on a live. We'll do it right now because it's really easy to do, and it can give you some sense that this is not just weird like Asian stuff or something. This is something that it's just part of what makes us up as beings, and you can experience it in a pretty short period of time. You ready? Okay. Take your hands like this. And if you've done this part before, stick with me and actually do it because we're going to do a part 2. So take your hands like this. And imagine that there's an iron spring, like a bed spring, you know, between your hands. Now I want, with all of your mental intention, every bit of force you can, squeeze that iron spring and compress it as hard as you can, but keep your hands soft. Even though mentally you're putting a huge amount of mental energy into compressing this thing between your hands, now just back off by like an inch. And then again, press with every mental bit you can. And then back off. And then press again. And back off. And now when you press again, breathe out at the same time. And then back off. And then breathe out and press again. Okay, now, don't do anything I don't tell you to do with your hands. Do what I tell you to do. Just make small circles like this. And you should notice that there's like a weird feeling of some kind of substance or magnetism or something between your hands. It's really uncanny. Right? Okay, now, with one of your hands, go like this. Don't touch the other hand. Just go like this and mentally grab onto that substance as if you're grabbing onto like a baseball. Grab onto it like this and just grab it with this hand here. And then take your forearm like this. And just like you compress that spring, compress or push that ball that you've just grabbed, push it as hard as you can into the other arm and slide it up the arm. And you'll feel all of this reaction in your nervous system to you pushing whatever this substance is into your arm. Right? So what was that, 2 minutes? Imagine if you spent 4 hours a day training your ability to move this substance around and do stuff with it. You know, what do you think would become possible? Some pretty interesting things might become possible. In any case, you know, there are, according to the huge number of different systems from India, from China, blah, 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 and even some Native American systems from all over the place, there's this idea that there's another substance in addition to the physical stuff and your mind. There's like a third substance or a third thing that comes along with consciousness. And when you move your mind around, just like we did here, we sort of pressed our mind really, right, into the middle here. And that causes this substance to collect where we have put our mental intent. And then if you take that substance and you press it into somewhere else, you can actually feel it moving, right? And doing stuff. So these practices, some of them in the Tantric traditions and the Taoist Neidan tradition, in Qigong, you know, if you've heard of Qigong, blah, 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 they rely on your ability to actually use tactile sensation, your ability to feel stuff in your body, to access these substances, collect them, pool them, refine them, mix different kinds of them together, because there's a bunch of different kinds, and then use them in the body to do various things. And eventually, yeah, for certain Neidan practices, Tantric practices, Kundalini practices, that you're using them to trigger certain states of mind that are really difficult to access otherwise. And then Shaktipat, the transmission of energy, would be like if I have a huge amount of this stored up in my system because I've been doing 8 hours of practice related to storing it in my system for 10 years. And then I want to help you make your system better at doing this without having to do as much work. Then I just go and I blast a huge amount of it through your system. Right? And it's not subtle if somebody does this to you. I've had someone do it to me. It's not subtle at all. It's like, it literally feels like someone's poured a glass of warm milk through your entire system. I mean, it's okay, probably enough on that subject. Anyways, it's a real thing. It's not something you should do casually. It's not something that you should just pick up on a Tuesday because some guy has come through town doing it for people. It's something that if you were going to do advanced tantric practice, you would develop. It's something that if you were going to do advanced Neidan practice in Taoism, you would develop. But, you know, if someone's trying to sell you that experience for $800, don't go do it, basically. Okay. JJ, I don't have much to say about that. I don't see. The thing is, with the emanation of a Buddha or a Bodhisattva, you just don't know. There's no way, unless you have clairvoyance, to know what's going on there. The other thing is, the Dalai Lama never kissed a child, and if you watch the video, nothing happened there. And the mother immediately afterwards said she felt so blessed that her child got to interact with the Dalai Lama, blah 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 blah. So in terms of the Epstein stuff, no idea. I mean, Epstein had the names of anyone who had money. Not a lot of people know this, but I mean, the Dalai Lama is a head of state. The Dalai Lama in Tibet had, I think, 2 or 3 palaces filled with jewels, gems, gold statues, blah, 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 blah. I mean, extreme wealth, because in addition to being the Dalai Lama, he was the head of the country. He was like the king of Tibet. Okay. So he is a multi-millionaire before he even got started with being a bestseller for like 50 different books, which will make anyone a multimillionaire. The Dalai Lama has huge amounts of money. So Epstein was interested in managing the money of people that had huge amounts of money. So he had the names and contact information of anybody he could think of that had huge amounts of money that he might be able to manage. So, you know, I think that's basically the shape of it. Swan, I did just talk about mystical Christianity at some depth earlier in the stream. If you don't mind, since there's a few more, well, actually, it's pretty short, so I'll answer it again in a slightly different way. I think that amongst the different types of mystical Christianity on offer, that Eastern Orthodox probably has the most in common with Buddhism. And I've heard from people that I trust that the Eastern Orthodox tradition actually includes even some of these things, like we were just talking about, with these more sort of esoteric, not esoteric, but these practices that are based on subtle substances and accessing subtle states of consciousness and these sorts of things. That even though they don't really talk about it unless you're deep in the system, that Eastern Orthodox includes all of these elements. So I haven't seen those things myself, but I've heard from someone that I trust a great deal that those things are there. And so, yeah, I mean, again, it's possible, especially given the Bodhisattva story I told earlier. I think it's quite possible. Can meditation be dangerous or cause harm? Not if you can't do it. You know, I'm half joking, but you know, it's funny because most people can't do it, and what they're doing won't ever lead to meditation. So it's the potential that they're going to hurt themselves is very low. if you can do it, you're taking control of the thing that creates every other experience you have in reality. So, yeah, that can be extremely dangerous. And this is part of why a bunch of tantric stuff is secret, because if you get good at meditation, you can fuck yourself up if you don't know what you're doing. Pardon my French. I hope I didn't offend anyone, but you can really screw yourself up. And this is what it says in the texts. You know? Since we have a fair number of people here, I'll do my brief commercial break since I haven't done one in 2.5 hours and just say I do all of this for free. I teach for free. I lead retreats for free. Everything that I have in terms of teaching materials at the moment, at least, has no paywalls on it whatsoever. Even the course that I've designed, all of those materials are available for free on YouTube right now without having to pay a cent. Also, I don't have any ads on the videos and so forth that I produce, even though I could, according to YouTube. I don't want to. What I would really prefer to do, if the community is up for it, is if I can get enough community support, there will never be ads on anything I make. And hopefully, not hopefully, I'm never going to charge people for what I do. So in order for that to be a reality, then people have to donate enough so that I can keep the lights on and also have enough to go see my teachers and continue my training and continue buying books and continue upgrading the setup that I use to do all this stuff for you guys, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that requires a certain amount of money, unfortunately, since I also live in the real world. And I'm doing this, let's just call it an average of 80 hours a week, sometimes more. And so there's no time to do anything else if I'm going to do it at this level. So what that requires, what I need is some help from you all. Become a member, make a donation using one of the links in the description below. If you use GoFundMe, slide the slider down for the GoFundMe part so that it'll come mostly to me and not to GoFundMe, or you can send it through Venmo. So basically I do this all on donation only. So I will happily talk to any of you on the phone for 4 hours and help you with your practice completely for free any day of the week, as long as I have time. I do retreats that I lead for free. So I have a suggested donation, but if somebody can't pay, anybody can come and train with me in retreat. I have a paid course for training and meditation, but all of that material is available for free. Do you see what I mean? So in order to do all this for free, the community also has to donate enough that I can carry on doing it for free for everyone else. So if you haven't made a contribution and you're getting some value out of this, I humbly ask, please do make a contribution in whatever amount you can. If you're seeing this, and probably 1,000 people will watch this video, if all of you just donated £5, 5 British pounds, I wouldn't have to talk about or think about or worry about money for the next 30 days. And I could carry on doing this and teaching everyone for free, including you guys who are here. So if you have £5 laying around, as I sometimes say, buy me a cup of coffee. If you have a few more, throw in a bagel, Hopefully what we're doing here today is worth a coffee and a bagel. And if you have more in your heart and your wallet that you'd like to contribute so that I can carry on doing this as I very much want to do, please do chip it in, because it's early days. There's less of you than there will be in the future. And so every bit that comes in is very, very meaningful at this time. Okay. So again, thank you to those who've already contributed. And for those who can't contribute, I am, as I said, entirely happy, willing, able, and eager even to talk to you and help you with everything that you're doing. But if you are able to chip in and help, it just means so much right now. So thank you. Thank you, Ty, for chipping in. Really means a lot. Thank you very much. Okay. Also, quick note. to help more people find this video in the future and find this content in the future, whatever videos you see of mine, et cetera, hit the like button, hit the, if you share it somewhere, as long as you think the people there will actually watch it, because if people click on it and start to watch it and then leave, then basically it stops feeding it to new people. So whatever you can do to sort of elevate the content will make a big difference at this point. You know what I mean? So yeah, being active in the community, leaving comments, etc., makes a big difference to YouTube algorithm apparently, which will help this whole thing grow and become solvent, so that I can keep doing this for you guys, which is what I want to do. Okay, back to business. Sorry for the commercial break. Do I think Buddha would choose grape jelly or strawberry jelly? No idea. I think the Buddha would accept whatever kind of jelly was being offered. That's what I think. Okay. Autistic Ghost, regarding Gnosticism broadly, was influenced by Platonism. Okay. So the Gnostics, in my understanding, were a very late Christian development who believed that basically an evil God made the world, which is why there's suffering in the world, and that because an evil deity made the world, that the world is evil, including the flesh, including the body, and that the thing to do, therefore, roughly speaking, because I'm not an expert, is to try to get back to the spirit, try to get back to those things that are not of the world. And I wish I could say more, but that's my extent of understanding of sort of classical Gnosticism. But then if you mean Gnosticism in a broader sense, like the idea that one's path of spiritual training leads you to union with or deep communion with, through a mystical experience, some type of deity or creator deity or whatever. There are still a fair amount of those practices going on in Christian practices. There are mystical Christian not denominations, but sects, monks and nuns in the Catholic Church, for example. And then same thing goes for Eastern Orthodox. There's still I think Eastern Orthodox in particular has a very rich Christian esoteric tradition. Okay, let's see. Qigong blows my mind. Yeah, Qigong's fantastic. If you can find a good lineage. Again, it comes down to good lineage. I was talking to a gentleman who has trained a lot in Asia. He's a very well-known teacher of Neigong, Qigong, internal Chinese martial arts. And I was just asking him, I said, part of the problem we have in the West is there's so many people that are just full of crap. They don't know what they're doing. They basically have no proper training, no proper lineage. They've done like weekend courses, and now they call themselves Master so-and-so. And he said, you wouldn't believe how much worse it is in Asia. That apparently it is way worse because there are just so many more people doing it than over here. So actually, to find good lineages of this stuff is not just a matter of going to, for example, a good Chinese teacher of Chinese internal martial arts or Chinese Qigong, because there are charlatans and scamsters and whatever in all of these communities in the places where these practices grew up. So one of the things I'm going to do is, through my Taoist teacher here, who has spent, I think, 40 years building up connections with actual solid practitioners and so forth, is I'm going to try to, through him, with his help, try to get a list of organizations, teachers, resources, websites, books, blah, 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 that have the proper training, like full-on proper training systems for this stuff. Because I think part of what the Taoist thing could potentially add for a lot of Western Buddhist practitioners is much greater body awareness. And there are systems in Taoism that make it easier to attain samadhi, for example, because of the techniques they're using. And those techniques would only be available in Tantra if you were doing it from a Buddhist standpoint. And I don't think everyone's going to get into Tantra, you know? So, yeah, I think these systems, adding these on as a, not to be, not to become Taoist, but just adding on certain elements of these practices can enhance your meditative practice, and that has a huge amount of value. Okay, going to Ryu. If Buddhism rejects both the doctrine of eternalism and nihilism, why does the consciousness existence forever, and why will it continue to exist after nirvana? So it's a causal entity. Eternalism would mean that it was an unchanging, acausal entity, that in each moment, in each new moment of reality, it's the same entity proceeding through time like this. Whereas Buddhism says, actually, it's going like this. It's a cause here that is the previous moment of consciousness giving rise to the next moment of consciousness, giving rise to the next moment of consciousness. So it's a chain going on like this. It's a chain of causal conscious events, not one consciousness moving through time. So the eternalists are saying you have one entity that moves through time like this, unchanging. And the Buddhists are saying, yes, consciousness has the same qualities in every moment. It is clear and knowing. It is cognizant, gives rise to experiences, and is non-physical and blissful, even maybe, right? But what's happening is this moment causes this moment. Oh, sorry, let me go this way. Too many hand things. This moment causes this moment. This then causes this moment. And so it goes forward in time like this, as causal events instead of one entity. Why is it not nihilism? In other words, non-existence? Because non-existence would mean that this is your mind. You ready? Watch my hands. Right? If it's non-existent, there's nothing going through time. If it's eternalism, it's one entity going through time. If it's Buddhism, it's a causal entity giving rise to the next moment of the same causal in the same continuum. Bang, 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 like this. Make sense? Sky asks, I'm a transgender woman. I wonder if, does Buddhism think changing one's gender and more so medical care and changes in that sex? Buddhism is pretty anemic in that area. It doesn't really have a lot to say about it. The only place where there's only a couple places in the entire canon where transgender issues are mentioned. And I think there's one case in the Pali Canon, which is the only case that I know of, where there was a monk who, because of something that happened, maybe they were intersex, and they went through, basically as they were getting older, they became, sort of through the natural biological process, they went from being a biological male to being a biological female, you could say. And I'm assuming it must be because that they were intersex to begin with, and then I don't know exactly what happened, but the Buddha at that time said, okay, they can become a nun because you're a woman now, right? So again, the canon is pretty, it's kind of anemic, kind of, it doesn't have much to say on it. In terms of training your mind, consciousness isn't male or female, you know? So if you want to train in concentration and you want to train in ethics, you want to train in concentration, you want to train in wisdom, you can do all that. Doesn't matter if you're male, female, intersex, transgender. Do your practice, you know? Like, do your practice. So that's what I have to say about it. Okay. Jay says, do you think clairvoyance can only come from development in concentration and virtue, or can one attain it and be evil? Also, other things like downloading thoughts into others' minds with evil intent. So this is kind of an interesting area of stuff. But okay, so basically Buddhism says, for example, that some people will have clairvoyance in this life because they trained in concentration in a previous life. And so it's possible that in this life you could, like I know people actually who have really good clairvoyance, but they didn't do the ethics to concentration to clairvoyance pathway that you would normally go through in a single lifetime to gain that clairvoyance. They just have it because of previous practice bringing the result into their experience here. And so now, all of these other layers, they didn't develop here. So it is actually possible for them to then use that to just do all sorts of unethical stuff. They never developed, they didn't develop all the other pieces here, right? And there is this idea in Taoism, for example, it's a bit like the Darth Vader versus the Luke Skywalker thing, where it's possible to develop a really like a lot of capabilities before you have ethics if you're training in certain methods. And because you're making the whole system more capable, more powerful, blah, 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 you're actually making, at the same time as making potentially your virtues way more powerful. If you didn't cultivate virtue, but you started working on the things that give you power, now you have power without virtue. And so you can become sort of like, if you started out as kind of like a slightly angry person, you become an outrageously, terribly, horribly, overwhelmingly angry person. Because you just plugged yourself into like 1,000-watt outlet instead of the normal like AA battery that you were working with. Does that make sense? So the typical pathway in the Taoist way of doing this, for example, says you need to cultivate virtue first. You need to have good character first. Because when you start doing things like Neidan, where you're cultivating more power, more energy, more making your system more capable, when you start doing this, you increase the force of everything that's already there in your mind. Good or bad. And there are some people that seemed to have been heading the right way for a long time who then gained capability in those kinds of practices. And it seems to have made the worst parts of them overwhelming to the point where a huge amount of their activity that should have been virtuous has now just become ways of making money or ways of becoming popular or ways of making themselves their, sort of their ego bigger, how to say, that kind of thing. So you can go that way. Yeah. So, as I often say, if you want to train as a real practitioner in any of this stuff, become a gentleman first or a gentlewoman. Become a real human being first. Try to have good character. Try to be conscientious. Don't be a doormat, but try to be a decent human being. And that's the foundation. I haven't read The Path to Ecstasy. Come on, Sense. Sky is taken. Good name. Free education subsidized by generous community backers. Yeah, that's right. Everything for free because some people donate so that I can do it for free for everyone, right? I mean, that's my model. I spoke with my teacher, my main teacher, about it, and he said this is a good way to do it. If you if you aren't putting barriers between the information and the people that need the information, that's the best way to do it. As long as you can sort out how to not crash and burn financially, because if you crash and burn financially, then you can't do it for those people either, right? I mean, that's the reality of the world we live in, unfortunately. So yes, very very much well said. I can offer everything for free because the donators allow me the flexibility to not have to charge for anything, to not have to put up a paywall between people and the information they need, which is something that I wouldn't do anyway. What I would do is, if it turns out that I can't get enough to come in to make it work, I'll have to go get a job doing something else, and I'll have to do this like ultra part time the way I have been the last 5 years. I mean, the last 5 years I've been doing it like 10 hours a week, helping 4 people. And now I'm doing it 80 hours a week, helping all of you. Right? That's what I'd rather be doing. So it's only because of your donations that's what I'm able to do. Okay. Solid says Manjushri Mulakalpa's Foundation Mahayana Sutra and Mahayana ritual classified in Tibetan Buddhism as a Kriya Tantra. Okay, okay. Okay, fair enough. Good to know. Excellent. Interesting. Thank you, Solid. That's good information. Solid information. Sky Buddha isn't here today, but we have the next best thing is teachings and a man who knows them. Who's that? Oates asks if I'm considering streaming to YouTube Shorts. So yeah, those of you who would like to know, if you go to the Discord server connected with this channel, what I plan to do is I'm going to sign up for, what is it called? Like it's a multi-streaming service. And I'm going to start streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok simultaneously. But I have to have 50 followers on TikTok, and I think I only have 14 because I don't post much on there really. So if I can get enough followers together on TikTok in particular, then I can start multi-streaming. But I don't really want to sign up for that because it costs money until I have a sort of critical mass of places that I can broadcast at the same time. And then, probably my standard operating procedure will be to also multi-stream to YouTube Shorts stream at the same time. Because I'd also like to get over to Instagram as well and do stream over there, but I think Instagram you have to have something crazy like 10,000 followers to stream. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the demiurge information. Like I said, you guys probably know more about it than I do. So Dia Felino asks, how does Buddhism view standing up against injustice, confronting bullies, and defending oneself? It depends a bit on the situation, you know? So sometimes I'm critical of two things. Sometimes I'm critical of self-help with Buddhas, and sometimes I'm critical of social justice with Buddhas. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with being a politically active person. There's nothing wrong with having political views and trying to be helpful. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, okay, how do I put this? So I have a close family member who works in intelligence, in the intelligence field, for example. And this person has access to not just what's happening in the news, but all of the intelligence and the actual facts, the actual videos, the actual interviews, the actual comments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, being made by all of these communities, for example, that are involved in various kinds of terrorist action or whatever, that never hits the news. So I get to hear about it. And I have to be frank and honest in saying that what you hear on Fox News or CNN about that event will never be what actually happened. And what you read about in Huffington Post and whatever the equivalent is on the other side, I don't know. You guys tell me what publication that would be. Breitbart on the other side, you know, is never going to be the actual facts of the matter. So, one of the huge problems we're facing, I think, as political beings in the real world is that we're always operating on incomplete information. And so there's actually, if you ever seen that Quentin Tarantino film, The Hateful Eight, you maybe if you're not a Tarantino fan, you don't need to watch the whole movie. But there's this scene you can look up on YouTube, the hangman scene. Look up the hangman scene and look up frontier justice. And he has this wonderful monologue, the hangman does, where he's talking about why you need a hangman in order for something to be justice. Because, I mean, the mob could just kill that person, couldn't they? But why isn't that justice? Why isn't it justice for a group of people to look at somebody who did something wrong and then take out, take a pound of flesh? Why isn't that just? And he says, the man who puts that noose around your neck must be a dispassionate man. Why? Because even though taking someone, stringing them up by the neck, with a big crowd of people, of course, this is very thirst quenching, he says, right? When you see something bad happen in the world and you can pin it on somebody and string them up by the neck, it's very thirst quenching. You go, yeah, that terrible thing that's happening, we really pinned it to that guy. He goes, but the problem is, if that justice is carried out by passionate people, it's just as liable to be incorrect as it is to be correct. And especially having a family member that's in the intelligence field, I can tell you for a fact, probably 90% of what people think is correct has no basis in reality at all. And therefore, the absolute passion and frenzy people have to seek justice for issues in the public sphere is largely misguided, and sometimes deliberately misguided by various people who just want you to vote for certain things. So, social justice warriorship with Buddhas, I think, generally speaking, not a very good thing, because you don't actually know what's going on, because you're not actually involved in those things. you know, you don't know you don't know what's going on there. And then there's so much you would need to know even about one issue to really make a good decision about it. The Buddha talks about this actually. He says, look, there's a wonderful example. It's very simple. It's overly simple, but it gets the point across. The Buddha calls it idiot compassion. Idiot compassion is when you have tremendous, overwhelming empathy, tremendous, overwhelming desire to stop the suffering that you see in another person, but because you have basically no information, no accurate information, no 10,000 foot view on what's going on, and certainly no, I've completely zoomed in on the situation, I see all the moving parts. Since you have no wisdom about what's going on, and you don't have the details of what's going on, your compassion can't be translated into practical action that's effective. And so the example that he gives is, there was a girl who was very simple, and her mother couldn't sleep because there were mosquitoes biting her mother. And I guess her mother was like under a blanket that wasn't very thick, and the mosquitoes were biting her through the blanket. And she's getting angry at her daughter. She's going, these bugs are eating me alive. Do something. And so her daughter picks up a pestle from a mortar and pestle, She picks up which is like this either hard wood or a stone object, and she starts beating the insects on the blanket. And she beats these insects so hard that she kills her mother underneath the blanket. Right? So the Buddha's point in giving this example is, you have to be not just compassionate, you have to be well informed and take the right kinds of actions at the right time based upon the right information to actually do something for people. And oftentimes when I see social justice action of various kinds being taken, it seems like the wrong kind of action at the wrong time. And especially if it's happening, to the Quentin Tarantino thing, if it's happening in the mind of the passionate person instead of the dispassionate person, it's just as liable to be wrong as right. And that's a huge danger. So, I know I'm spending a lot of time on this point, but it's an important one as people that live in the real world, because politics is going to be part of what you deal with. So I tend to say, as best you can, try to keep your emotions out of it and look at it in the details that you can see, and try to assess events that you see in the news using sources that are known to be unbiased or minimally biased, like Associated Press, for example, is known to be very like there's a website called actually I'll put it in the chat. This is quite helpful, actually. Least biased. Yeah. Come on, where is it? Media bias fact check. Chart. There we are. So there are rating organizations that, I'll pop this into the chat, that rate news sources, and they'll place them on the political spectrum and tell you how close they're getting to reporting the best we can do at knowing what the facts are, and how much of what they're including is just opinion and getting away from the fact. Does that make sense? So my recommendation is when you read the news, don't go to these sources that are putting mostly opinion and less fact. Just go to the fact. And there are news sources if you want to get involved in politics and have effective action based upon your empathy, as the Buddha recommends. Get the correct, as close as you can to the correct information. And then don't jump to a decision about what you should do. Take your time and digest it, maybe for weeks, until you have enough information to go, okay, on that issue, probably I need to do this. You know, that's what I would recommend. Yeah, and then to just finish that up, in terms of standing up for people in your more immediate environment, yeah, Buddhist ethics includes quite a bit of stuff about, like in your immediate environment, if someone is like actually hurting someone, that you should do something about that. Causing minimal harm to the person that is causing minimal harm in stopping whatever's happening, that you do have a moral responsibility to try to stop bad things from happening to people if it's happening nearby. When I say nearby, I mean like immediately nearby, not like in your city or something, which is a bit different. Okay. Are there any good resources for Buddhist cosmology? I've not really found a good YouTube video on, and so on. Oh, I guess a good book would be awesome, from Scent. Yeah, actually. I would get a copy of the Lamrim Chenmo. And you can read the section on realms of rebirth. Just make sure that you make sure you're ready, because it's not, especially the lower realms, are not pleasant. You're probably, yep. Okay. Urnum, U5 Urnum, joined from the other side of the world. Want to ask, what is your opinion on the largest Chinese Buddhist sects? Chan, Jingtu, Tiantai. Okay, so Chinese Buddhism, as a general principle, you're facing some interesting challenges there because of the Cultural Revolution. So, because of the Cultural Revolution and the brutal attempt to remove anything that was religious and replace it with something secular, even though those institutions were maintained, because, as sort of like some other governments across the world, they I think the Chinese government realized people think this is important, so let's keep this here, but let's get leaders in here who are completely aligned with party values and secularism. So part of the issue you have is that some of those schools have been now run for a couple generations by political figures who are secularist and probably don't know the whole system, don't know the whole school. That's not why they're there. Having said all that, I'm going to put up a review of a documentary soon. There's a guy that traveled around, and he was looking for sort of like the cave dwelling yogis of the Chan, of various Chan sects and various Taoist sects, and maybe also the tantric ones. I'm not sure. And he did find a few of these people still doing their thing, sort of in the outskirts of rural areas and stuff in China, where the Chinese government probably just thought, it doesn't really matter what these people are doing because we want to control where all the people are, right? And so it does still exist, and there are still great practitioners, and these lineages, I think, are still alive. I don't know for sure, but I think they're still alive. So it's a mixed bag. The same thing goes for Zen in China, or Zen in Japan, because during the Meiji Restoration, there was a Shinto emperor who wanted to basically reduce the authority of Buddhism in Japan, refocused the Japanese people on Shinto, and as part of that Shinto practice, as far as I understand, part of that practice was to see the emperor as a deity, as a god. Uh, and part of the way that and part of this effort, ironically, was also to try to make the country more Western and more secular, you know? And so in Japan, he eliminated a bunch of the Buddhist vows by law. He made it illegal, for example, or not illegal, but how to say, he sort of, as an outside influence, as a Shinto practitioner with a bunch of political aims, he took he made it so that monks could get married, could drink, and something else. I can't remember what, eat meat or something. And then he, over the course of the next 3 generations of Zen monks, a lot of temples in Japan became basically family businesses. And so this is changing the changed the character of Zen in Japan pretty dramatically, because, you know, if it's just the family business, that's quite a bit different than joining a monastery and, you know, giving up on the family life and all of this. And then the people that brought Zen to the West, like D.T. Suzuki, were doing it at a time where the West was interested in Eastern religion stuff, but they wanted a type of Eastern religion that was secular, basically. That was like, teach us how to do all this stuff, and don't tell us what to think or believe, and don't tell us that there's anything more than the material world and whatever. And so there was a huge number of scholars in the early, I don't know, from like 1960 to 1980, who were trying to make Buddhism into that kind of thing, using Zen or using Theravada practice or whatever. Buddha as your psychotherapist, I sometimes say, right? It's just not how it is. That's not how Buddhism actually is. Not in Chan sources, not in Theravada sources, certainly not in the Sanskrit and Tibetan sources. Nonetheless, you find much more secular versions of this stuff in China and in Japan because of historical reasons, and then in the West you find very secular versions of Zen in particular because of how it was exported to the West in the first place. So, yeah. That being said, important caveat: one of my teachers is trained in Chinese Tantra. So there are definitely lineages, Chinese Tantra, for example, that are still completely viable. But exactly what lineage and where you would go and who you would train with, I couldn't possibly say. Okay. Username says, I assume you've delved deep into Taoism. So if you did, what's your opinion of Taoism absorbing a lot of Buddhist aspects as they evolved through the centuries? As I've mentioned before, the type of Taoism that I practice is a deliberate blend. It's called the Complete Reality School. It is a deliberate blend of Buddhist practice, Taoist practice, and Confucian practice. So there was one Taoist saint who said, look, each of these schools has a bunch of stuff in it that's really good and really works. I'm going to take all of it, put it in one package, and carry that forward. And what subsequent generations have done with that system is to, for example, my current teacher here, when he wants to train in the Buddhist part of his practices, he goes to Buddhists. He doesn't go to other Taoists. He goes to a Chan monk, or he goes to a Tibetan monk, or he goes to a Thai forest monk, and he trains in the Buddhist part of his practices in Buddhist lineages, right? So So the largest sect, the largest school of Taoism on the planet, the Dragon Gate school, the complete reality Dragon Gate of the the complete reality lineage of the Dragon Gate school, uh, actually has all three of these in it: Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism as one thing, one complete system of practice. So absolutely, it's absorbed a lot of Buddhist stuff, and that's by design. Okay, Sky is Taken says, what are some Buddhist ethical approaches to the problem of prisons or punishment in society? I've been learning a lot about Angulimala and it's inspired some thoughts. I don't think there's anything in primary sources or even the commentaries on prisons in particular, but, you know, I think things were a bit more harsh at the time of the Buddha. You know, it was all kings and queens and princes and princesses, and if you broke the law, the consequences were pretty terminal. In terms of a compassionate approach to prisons and so forth, I can give you my opinion. I think I'm actually deeply compelled and hope that I have the opportunity at some point to train prisoners in things like meditation, because I have a strong feeling that prisons would operate much better if people had internal tools to manage their frustration from being in prison. And those people would reintegrate into society a lot better if they had internal tools to reshape the surface of their mind and what pops up there and how to deal with the whatever the violent impulses they have and so forth, without, there's no way to brute force someone out of the violent impulses and impulse to steal and whatever that they have. So yeah, I have a strong desire actually to get into that as soon as I can, although I have a lot of other things on my plate at the moment, as you guys know. I'd like to do that here in Scotland. There's actually a project here in Scotland called the Angulimala Project, run by a Theravada monk, where you basically become pen pals as a Buddhist with prisoners in the UK. And I've considered joining that, but I actually want to do something more, as I said, more robust than that, which is to travel to the prisons in the UK and start full-on meditation training programs in the prisons for any prisoners that would like to do that kind of training. Because I think that would be both to their benefit and to the benefit of society when they get out. Okay. Sunspar asks, that they do both Zen and Nyingma practice. So I never actually moved from Zen to Gelug or Gelug to Zen. My main teacher for 12 years, even though I was training with a Gelug monk when I got started, I started training with one of his students and then more or less exclusively trained with that student for a long time. And his background was 30 years of Okinawan Zen, coming through the martial arts tradition of Okinawa. And he did that for a long time. And then I think he did some Rinzai in New York. And then I never learned what teachers he trained with in New York for that practice. But then he encountered the Gelug, and as I've said before, he became a very, within a period of 10 or 12 years training in the Gelug, he became sort of a known quantity in the Gelug. He met with the Dalai Lama. For those of you who know the Gelug hierarchy, the actual head of the Gelug is called the Ganden Tripa. That's the head of the lineage. It's not the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama is extremely important, of course, but the head of the lineage is actually this person called the Ganden Tripa. That's the title. And one of the Ganden Tripas, previous Ganden Tripas, invited my teacher to come to India and do private completion stage tantric practices with himself, right? So for those of you who don't know, completion stage practice is the highest part of the most secret and highest part of Tibetan practice. So the head of the lineage invited some Western guy that nobody knows to come do private teachings on the most secret, highest part of the training system for the whole system. So just to put it in perspective, right? His opinion was there's no difference ultimately between these systems. If you're training in one, you're training in the other. These things are actually one thing. And that's how he trained us. So we learned Mahamudra mainly, but the way that he taught us Mahamudra, it was also infused with Zen, because from what he could see from where he was, he said, look, Zen and Mahamudra, at least at the level of sutra practice, Zen and Mahamudra are the same practice. And if you do Zen with your Mahamudra, it'll be better. And if you do Mahamudra with your Zen, it'll be better. And that's actually the way I teach it as well. So when I teach what I call Foundation 4, it's just Mahamudra practice. But the way I teach it is informed by a teacher who had 30 years background in Zen and ultimately about 20 years practice of Gelug Tantra, including completion stage practices of Tantra. You know. Okay. Someone's asking about the Discord. Would one of the moderators, if you are willing and able, will you put the link for the Discord in the chat? Autistic Ghost. The official Autistic Ghost. Has it ever had large bodies of work get lost? Oh gosh, yes. Oh man. So from the 6th century to the 13th or 14th century, Buddhism was basically on the Indian subcontinent. And it began to sort of enter into its most profound period in India of flourishing, starting around the 2nd or 3rd century BC. So our era, right? I don't know. CE, sorry, our times. And then from that time up until about 13 or 1400, had throughout that period of time, for significant portions, had state sponsorship. So they had a huge amount of resources to build monasteries, create libraries, have research projects, send people into retreat, have great yogis develop whatever. And then there was I can't remember if it was the Moors or the Mughals, but there was a Muslim army that invaded, and we have the historical records from the Muslim historians during that time period who were with those armies and so forth. And it's really horrific to read and fascinating in a kind of macabre way, because they thought these Buddhists were Hindus. And so you read the text and it says, so we went to this big monastery place and we killed, I can't remember what it was, something like we killed 20,000 bald Hindus, which is the Buddhist monks. And then it took us 3 months to burn down the library because there were so many books. So when they burned down the library at Nalanda Monastery in India, and we have the archaeological, we've excavated that site. So I'll pull that up just so you guys can see it. But let's do web page talk. Yeah, look at that. So Here's the excavations for Nalanda Monastery. So you can see this huge monastery complex had thousands of monks, thousands. And there are travel logs from China, for example. Yeah, look how big this complex is. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's probably a little bit blurry, but you can still get a sense of how massive this place is, right? Um, so Nalanda Monastery. Yeah, look at this. Look how huge this place is. Anyway, so Nalanda Monastery had there. Nalanda Monastery was a place that people from around the world came to study everything you can think of. It was like, I don't know, Oxford, you know what I mean? It was the great educational institution of the time, not just for Buddhist stuff, but for knowledge in general. Which is why when you look at the great texts that survive from Nalanda, they cover a huge range of topics. And luckily, we still have a bunch of those materials through the Tibetans. The Tibetans inherited the Nalanda tradition and one of the other great monasteries' traditions as well. And my goodness, you can just imagine, because the Tibetans got like a little tiny piece of the Nalanda stuff relative to 3 months worth of books that needed to be burned down by the invading Muslim army. So it's a bit like the burning of the Library of Alexandria. We'll never know what was lost, you know? I mean, 1,000 years of the geniuses of various cultures coming there to discuss and debate and work through problems just gone. Yeah, we've lost a lot. Okay. So Zhao Qin asks if there are reading curriculum for someone with more Western contemporary metaphysics background. Yeah. Uh, there's a book. It depends on what topic you're interested in, but there's a couple of books. If you reach out to me personally, there's a couple books I'd recommend, depending on what topic you want to study in Buddhism, about Buddhism, that has a bit more of a Western philosophy flavor about it. And that can be helpful, actually, if you have that background. Oates ask about Alain Badu being an event. I have not read it. Username. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Buddhism's been in China, I think, since the 2nd century BCE. It's been in China for 2,200 years. I mean, Buddhism is basically in China a Chinese phenomenon, you know? If it's been there 2,000 years, it's now part of who and what you are as a culture. Um, yeah, you know, again, I think Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism they've had a 2,000-year long conversation with each other. And so they understand each other very well. It doesn't surprise me at all that they kind of get along because, yeah, I mean, I think they all have enough similar elements in terms of like, okay, what do we want as a society? We want families to work well. We want the government to work well. We want people to have good character. We want people to work hard so that everyone benefits from everyone being better, right? Because if everyone's working hard and everyone's sort of, for lack of a better term, being better, if everyone's more accomplished, then all of us benefit. You know? So it's not just about the individual, it's about the community. And if you want to be a really accomplished person in something, you need to put 1,000% of your being into that thing and become exceptional. And that will be of benefit both to yourself in terms of your character and everything else, but also to the whole society, everyone around you, because now the whole society gets that thing that you're really good at. Yeah, it's very sharp. I really do like Chinese values on a lot of things. You know, that again, I mean, China has one of the longest continuous cultures on the planet. You know, the government's a little bit scary at the moment, but Chinese cultures, man, very sharp, very sharp, admirable. You know. Okay. What's the difference between Buddhism and Stoicism? My understanding is that Stoicism has potentially some roots in Buddhist thought. But I'm not an expert in Stoicism. I wish, Rushi, I wish I could be more helpful. Um, I think Stoicism, the main difference is that Stoicism is a one life viewpoint. Stoicists are sort of like birth is the beginning, death is the end, and that's it. Uh, but then in between, the Buddhists and the Stoicists will agree on some things. You know, exactly what those things are. Maybe something to do with simplicity. Maybe something to do with a lot of material stuff not causing happiness, and the importance of having a mind that's calm when you're assessing various things. But as to the depth of those kinds of things, I couldn't say. So let me just have a very quick commercial break, as I am wont to do, since another hour has passed. For those of you who are new, who may have joined in between here and the last time I said this, I do all this for free. So I do phone calls with people to help them with their practice. I do these for free. I make the content for free. I'm trying to keep ads off of my content. I don't want to put ads on my content to be able to pay for all of this, to do this. And I do this, let's call it an average of 80 hours a week. So I don't have time to do anything else. And frankly, I don't want to do anything else. I want to do this. I want to help people with their practice, lead retreats, you know, train people in meditation and so forth. In order to do that, the community has to basically decide that this has enough value that they're willing to support me in doing the rest of it for free for everybody. So, in so many words, I survive on donations. There are some good ways to donate. You can donate by using the links below. If you use one of the links below, the GoFundMe, you can slide the little slider down for GoFundMe's percentage, and most of it will go to me. So that's a good way to do it. If you use my Venmo, it all goes to me. You can become a member on YouTube, but 30% of that will go to YouTube. You know, I'm very happy to have members on YouTube because subscriptions really help me know how much money is coming in the next month. You can also join my school down below, that's where I, you know, people that want to train with me a bit more hardcore, I'm sending them to my school course. Quite reasonable. You know, it's $29 a month, and you can, you know, you can train with me a bit more hardcore if you'd like. And those materials are also available for free on YouTube, but I'm building a community there that will support each other in doing more intense practice and more intense retreat. So, lots of ways that you can donate and contribute. If you're getting some value out of this and you'd like it to continue, I do need a certain amount of money to make it through each month. So whatever you can chip in would be a big help. And as I sometimes say, I think about 1,000 people are watching these lives now. So if you happen to be watching this or hear this later, literally, if half of you were to just chip in £5, 5 British pounds, there would be no money issues to this whole operation whatsoever. Just £5, which is, you know, it's like a Starbucks coffee, at least in UK terms. So if having me do this for a whole month is worth a cup of coffee to you, then chip in $5. If this information is not worth a cup of coffee, then I don't know what you're doing here, you know? Okay. So please do chip in if you can. Since it's early days and there's less people than there will be 2 years from now, every bit that you can chip in any amount really makes a big difference. And if you're able to chip in even more, obviously, you're making all this possible because with less people chipping in, the people that chip in more are basically allowing me to survive at the moment. So thank you to all of you. You know who you are. And if anybody else would like to chip in, it's very appreciated. Okay. So the unknown asks, is it negative karma to leave your family who depends on you? The Buddha was a royal prince. His wife and his son lived in a palace that was so incredibly wealthy that they could afford to not even have a single leaf in their garden with a spot or a wilt on it, because they could hire so many gardeners that everything was absolutely pristine. They had so much money that they could hire dancers, courtesans, music, food, banquet every single day of the week. And apparently, according, if you believe the sources, they had 4 different palaces, one for each season of the year, so that they could travel around and be in the absolute perfect place to enjoy the very best of that season, traveling through 4 different houses throughout the year. So if you think that the Buddha left his wife and son in a lurch, I would say you need to think a little bit more carefully about the situation that his wife and son were being left in when he decided to pursue enlightenment. Furthermore, when I look at the when you look at the reason he's leaving, part of the reason the Buddha is leaving is he's trying to solve the problem of suffering for all sentient beings, including his wife and his son and his father. Part of the reason he wants to leave is because he sees suffering coming for his wife, for his father, for his son. And he decides that he's going to put 100% of his being, every ounce of life that he has, every ounce of effort that he has, into fixing this problem of old age, sickness, and death. So I think about it a bit like maybe a decent analogy is a military deployment. The military deployments are typically shorter than this. But think about a person who's willing to give up their entire life and risk dying, risk losing everything, leaving their wife, their child, their mother, their father, their brothers behind to go to some foreign place just to make sure that the bad guys in that foreign place don't make it back home to hurt everyone, right? We don't look at that and go, "Oh, you're a real bastard. You left your wife and son." We go, "Wow, you're a hero. You were willing to face the worst of the world so that your family could be safe and happy and fed, and we wouldn't have to worry about it, and we can carry on with our lives. You're a hero, sir. You're a hero, ma'am." And the Buddha did the same. He looked at the situation of suffering and said, I have to find a way to stop everyone from getting sick, everyone from suffering from old age, and everyone from dying. I have to solve this because my wife's going to go through this, my son's going to go through this, my father's going to go through this. So he left to find a solution. He took a tour of duty. And by the way, nobody ever mentions this when they bring up that critique, but he came back. When the tour of duty was done, and finally the enemy was defeated, he came back. And his father, His wife and his son all became monks and nuns in his order and attained some level of realization along the path. So he didn't just leave them and never come back. He attained the goal. He slayed the enemy, came home victorious, and gave them the spoils of the war, so to speak. So he's a hero, man. He's an absolute hero and should be regarded as such. And I think there's no negative action, no negative karma whatsoever in that kind of action. And if you were to frame it in this way, I think you'd almost be a little bit embarrassed to make that kind of criticism, you know? I'm not coming after you or something, but I'm saying if you frame it in this way, you'll feel a little bit uncomfortable having that kind of criticism in your mind. Okay. Is it possible to, Autistic Ghost asks, if in a Thich Nhat Hanh kind of way you can do good deeds in the world and have it be skillful? Yeah, definitely. You know, there's sort of stuff that's common sense where it's not the weird social justice stuff where you don't really know what's going on. It's like help the homeless, you know, give clothing to people that don't have clothing. Do work in areas where people need help with something that's real and practical and in your hands and is like, you're hungry, here's food. You don't have clean water, let's go to a place and build you a well so that you have water. You're not getting educated, you don't have basic education, okay. What kind of teachers do we need to bring in so that you can learn the STEM fields, and hopefully maybe we can get you some art education, blah blah blah. Like there is 10 million things you can do that are of real benefit, practical, and don't require you to understand the complexities of, name your political issue of the day. So absolutely, you can do all sorts of things that are socially engaged that don't require you to do social justice with Buddhas. Ty says, sorry I missed this, Ty. I didn't see this come through. Ty says, Zhuangzhang travel account about Nalanda is very cool. I haven't read it in its entirety. I've only seen little bits. Thank you, Ty, for sending. You've sent so many donations through today. Thank you. General Tao, stories about Bodhisattva hell realms. I don't know why I missed those coming through. Yeah, there's quite a few stories about bodhisattvas going to hell realms, including in the Japanese Zen tradition. Rinzai, and the what is his name? Hakuan Zenji, the reviver of Rinzai, tells stories like this. Again, it's all over the place. Dogen has stuff like this. It's everywhere. It's only not taught because, I don't know, like people are embarrassed to teach it in the West or something. But this strips the meaning and purpose out of the system. If you strip the whole cosmology and all this stuff out of the system, you're just left with, I don't know what. It doesn't answer the big questions of life anymore. And it can't actually, that way of doing it, you can't defend yourself as a Buddhist against criticisms like the ones Ravi Zacharias has. You can't defend yourself against the criticisms even of Timothy Tennant. You're certainly not going to be able to defend your perspective from people like William Lane Craig, who's an excellent theologian and philosopher. He'll crush you. I mean, you're done. The whole worldview fits together like a puzzle, like a puzzle where each piece has one place where it goes. And if you don't have a fairly complete puzzle, you'll be convinced probably at some point by somebody that what you're doing is not worth doing, or you'll have doubts and all that stuff. It just stops you from doing your practice and making progress. So, okay. Buddha was the crown prince of his kingdom. Wife and kids were taken care of. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Sunspar. Stoics don't have beliefs like Atman or karma. Modern Stoicism lacks a religious component. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Buddhist cosmos, comprehensive survey, early Buddhist worldview. Okay. Yep. Okay. Your view on taking political stances in a dispassionate way is outstanding. Currently, our world, even educated systems, are dividing left versus right. If you'd like a little bit of insight into my politics, not to go very deep on this, but just very broadly, because I've taken the approach I described to all of you earlier in the stream, I don't fit into any political party. There are certain issues that, like one thing I used to be very sort of, I used to lead a discussion group for politics when politics were really nasty in the U.S. for a period of time during the beginning of the Trump era. And there were two rules: cite your sources and be respectful. That's it. Don't attack people's character in the discussion, and just tell people where you got the information. Like two very simple rules change the entire discussion for everything to do with politics. Because what people realize pretty quickly is if you're not spending a lot of time just trying to attack the person that's talking to you, and you're talking in a reasonable tone of voice, and if you have to tell people where you got the information, pretty quickly you realize how fragile and screwed up most of what you think is. Because normally if you're online talking to people, you spend half your time telling somebody that they're full of shit and don't know what they're talking about. And you never really assess the source that you got the information from in the first place. So it doesn't go anywhere. On the other hand, what I used to get a kick out of it is in these discussions, I would often find that the conservatives would very quickly be calling me a radical communist, socialist, blah, 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 blah. And the liberals would very quickly be calling me a Nazi, Trump-loving, blah, 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 right? And if I could get both of those responses in one day, I was pretty happy. Because I go, okay, good. You know, clearly the positions that I'm arriving at couldn't possibly fit into one bubble. And the reason they don't fit into one bubble is because if you look at that news chart and you just go to the facts don't fit into either of these parties. You know? And so you'll arrive at conclusions that don't fit into the political parties in the United States, certainly. But over the long term, again, your mind, and this is actually part of your training. If your mind is more settled about what's going on in the world, it'll be easier to do your practice when you get on the cushion. And if you spend less hours of your day outraged or ridiculing others, or what's the other one? Terrified, right? These are the three tools that the news uses to get you to do stuff. They make you terrified, or they make you think you're better than other people, or they make you outraged, angry at something. These are the three big ones. Sometimes they use sex, but that's less. So if you spend less time doing that, then the quality of your mind between meditation sessions will be better. So there's actually a good reason, if you're going to be a political being, to try to just go to the facts and then digest the facts with a calm, reasonable mind and make decisions about what you're going to do in terms of voting and blah, 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 you know, based upon just the facts without the opinions coming from all of these political groups and in news sources that are basically opinion pieces. So there's a good reason to do this. Unless you don't care about politics, then don't worry about it. Don't do any of that. But if you care about politics and you can't stop yourself from caring about politics, then just go to the facts. Go to the news sources that only report the facts without the opinions that they want you to have about the facts. You understand? And then just digest it and think about it and connect the dots on your own and leave it at that. And then when it comes time to vote however you vote. You know, I mean, that's the real bottom line. That's what's going to make the big difference from 90% of this stuff. because those are the people making the laws. Okay. Username, I'm not really Buddhist, but Confucian Yang Mingism. At the heart with interest. At heart with interest. What is your opinion on both philosophies, religion, and how they could be practiced or mixed together? Sadly, I don't know as much about Confucianism as I would like. My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that Confucianism places a lot of emphasis on your character, your personal character, and having an appropriate sense of what to do in a lot of different circumstances where there's a difference in power, or a difference in knowledge, or a difference in skill between different groups. And so part of your development of good character is connected to your ability to manage yourself in different ways depending upon the context you find yourself in. And I think that kind of skill is actually quite helpful as a practitioner trying to do mind training stuff in the real world. Because if you know how to manage your relationships with people better, then you can reduce the chaos in your life, and you can learn more about more things. So I would say, broadly speaking, that's how I see them fitting together. The Dharma Prison Network. Okay. Daniel, I know a guy who did his philosophy degree while in jail and is now a teacher in a public school. That's pretty cool. Dylan, is it safe to say that nearly every monastery has at least one Buddha teaching practicing there? How rare is it to find an actual enlightened individual teaching? Do you view that as a prerequisite? No. Really, all you need in terms of a teacher is someone who's further along the path than you are. They don't have to be a fully accomplished being. Even if you go back to the pretty early sources on how to find a teacher, like the Path of Purification in the Pali tradition, Venerable Buddhaghosa's text. I think he's 2nd century, 3rd century, is the second oldest Pali commentary. He gives really elaborate advice on what kind of teachers you can rely on. And he gives a whole range, Of course, the best would be a Buddha. If not that, then an Arhat. If not that, then this and this and this and this. And, more or less, the basic advice is just find someone that's further along the path than you. I also recommend, if you find a good lineage with a good teacher that's recognized in that lineage as having made some progress and is capable of holding that lineage and carrying it forward, that's a good indication. Now, as a lay person living in the real world, not living in a monastery or a temple or whatever, it behooves you, it's worth your time to also try to meet the senior students of that person who are also lay people. You following? You want to get to know these people because if they've been there 10 years, that's who you're going to be in 10 years. You understand? So if you don't want to be like the senior students of that teacher, don't hang out there for 10 years. One way you can assess a teacher is look at how their students are. If you walked into a martial arts studio, for example, and the senior students, the black belts underneath the head black belt, had no clue what they were doing, that tells you that if you hang around for 10 years and get your black belt, you also won't know what you're doing. You understand? So it's also not just whether that person has the lineage, it's whether they're capable of passing it on. Some people are excellent at doing these things and they're not great at teaching them. Or they're really good at teaching monks and nuns, but they're not good at teaching lay people. So one really useful thing to do is assess the senior students of the teacher you want to train with, because that'll tell you pretty quickly, if I hang around here, how am I going to end up? Also, you want to assess the ethics of that person. And if you get to know the senior students, they're not going to tell you right away, probably, because That's just not something that's done in general. But if you get to know these people, they'll start to tell you what things are like when the teacher's not on the teaching throne, because they've been around, they've heard things, they've seen things. And so within 3 to 6 months, you can learn about the culture in the organization and with that teacher and find out if there's problems there that aren't obvious. And then if it turns out that that teacher's actually like a major prick behind closed doors and is sleeping with half the students and whatever, you know, it would be good to know that sooner rather than later, wouldn't it? I think so. So treat it as a practical thing, treat it as like, okay, this person knows more than me, they're carrying a lineage, they have authorization from the lineage, okay, that these are good signs. How are their students? Are their senior students doing well? Oh yeah, these people seem like more capable than the average person, calmer than the average person, more ethical than the average person. That's how I want to be. Okay, cool. This is a good place to be. And then hanging out with those people for a while, you find out how is the ethical conduct of the teacher. Because if the ethical conduct is poor, there's a problem. There's something going on there. It's actually, it's possible for somebody to learn a lot about this stuff and actually do a lot of training and still have major ethical problems. And like, you don't overcome all of your delusions until you attain arhatship. So it's actually possible that you train in meditation for a long time. You got all the scholarly stuff. You did a lot of mind training. You did a lot of stuff. But you still have one big emotional problem, because these problems don't just go away overnight. They don't go away when you realize, even when you realize selflessness directly for the first time, it's not like all this stuff goes away. You have to spend a long time meditating on selflessness for progressively subtler and subtler and subtler and subtler versions of anger, for example, or lust, for example, to go away. So it's possible for even relatively accomplished meditators to end up falling backwards and have major ethical problems. So even if someone's an accomplished practitioner in terms of their meditative capabilities, it's possible that after 10 years in the city, surrounded by attractive men or beautiful women or whatever, that they've become a different person. Or the allure of having lots of money by having lots of students has changed how they teach. So you want to spend time getting to know people in the community and investigating the teacher by talking to the people that have been around a while. Yeah. And then in terms of what I'm bringing to the table, or what am I doing in this process? If you were also doing stuff with me, what I'm bringing is, with the techniques that I teach, it's connective tissue. It's a bridge between all of this stuff that's taught in major lineages and being able to bring all of that stuff into real life so that you can do it as a person not living in a cave. So to give you a practical example, you might get meditation on the breath as an hour-long practice taught by Thai forest monks. How do you use that if your boss is yelling at you? Or if you're stuck in traffic and you're getting frustrated, are you going to put your attention on your breath while you're in traffic? You're not going to live very long. So you need techniques. You need techniques that you can take off the cushion and into all this other stuff you're doing. And a lot of the techniques that you're being taught, even though they work to accomplish the path, if you have a lot of time to do them and you're going to put a lot of time into them in retreat or whatever, they do work. But to take them out off the cushion and into normal activities is very, very hard. And then sometimes also the wrong techniques are being given out. frankly. I think quite often people are given the wrong techniques at the wrong time, even though the techniques that you're being taught are really good, like just sitting practice. I think just sitting is a horrible practice for beginners. Because what you do as a beginner is you sit there and your mind runs to the pain, and then it runs to vision, and then it runs to something you heard, and then it runs to a smell, and then it runs to the taste of whatever you ate a few hours ago. And then there's like a few seconds where you're observing your thoughts, but kind of not really, because you're actually involved in your thoughts. So your mind is getting involved with your thoughts and then running around to the senses again. And because here's the sneaky part. You ready? This is really important for those of you doing just sitting practice. The sneaky part is you didn't do any of that on purpose, right? It just happened. So now it seems like I'm just sitting, not deciding to do anything, but that's not just sitting. Just sitting is when the mind is like a mirror and doesn't form the intent to do anything, including when you didn't do it deliberately. So when your mind goes, I'm going to the pain, I'm going to the eye, I'm going to the sound I heard, I'm going to the tongue, I'm going to the thought, I'm going to add to the thought for a moment. All of those are doing. All of those are intent. All of those are choice. All of those are not resting in the nature of any of your consciousnesses, and therefore you're not doing just sitting practice. Not even a little bit. Not even close. Not even the same sport. It's a totally different sport you're playing. So I think what people need, instead of that as a straight out of the gate, let's just sit you down and do an hour or 2 hours of just sitting where you're not just sitting, why don't we do some techniques that make your mind calm enough and self-aware enough? And why don't we tame your external 5 senses enough that you can actually just sit, right? So then the techniques that I'm teaching through holding the mind on the breath and then body scanning, that's learning to put your mind where you want and then making the mind really calm. Then you do opening the 5 external sense gates. This makes your mind very, very much, again, very calm, but also highly awake and lucid and aware of itself. And then once your 5 external senses are tame, then you can turn the mind to look at itself. And it's so subtle the way that the mind moves and gets involved with activities. It's so subtle. It's very difficult to stop it from doing this. But because now the 5 external senses are more tame and the movement of mind has gone from this frantic movement to this something that's a little slower. And so finally you can pull back and watch this movement without getting involved in it. Finally. And now you can just sit. You see what I mean? So now if you develop those skills, bang, 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 systematically through those skills, now you go to your Zen class. Now you go to your Zen teacher who's doing an hour or 2 hours of just sitting, and you know what just sitting is. And so you can actually work on just sitting during that training instead of sitting there with your mind running around non-deliberately and thinking that that's just sitting. See what I mean? Okay, I digress. Let's carry on. Are we getting the Discord link? I hope so. One of the moderators should have put the Discord link in the chat if they are listening in, unless they're not listening in. Maybe all the moderators left. Sorry, I'll put it in the chat. Hold on. Discord. Come on, Discord. Invite to server. Okay, there's the Discord link. Okay. Thank you so much. Reach out soon. Oxford also started a monastery before they transformed to a university. Coincidentally, a lot of the remnant material from Lana ended up in Oxford Monastery. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, the syncretism is quite common in these traditions, Thai, and I actually find it quite charming. Some people don't like that, but I think, for reasons I discussed when I was talking about Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appearing in various forms, I think there's something to that idea. Sky is very distressed about the Discord link. Maybe I hope Sky didn't leave. uh, Meiji's. Yeah, Ty, you probably know more about it than I do in terms of Meiji restoration. The Mind Illuminated. Dylan, I have not read The Mind Illuminated to my recollection. It doesn't mean it's a bad book. I just haven't read it. Let's see. Can animals become enlightened? By definition, they cannot. You can't attain enlightenment during an animal rebirth. In my understanding of the term human from a Buddhist perspective, it's defined not based upon like a human being on earth. It's defined based upon having a certain capacity in terms of intelligence, and not general intelligence, a specific kind of intelligence, which is that you have the ability to look at your moral actions and the types of actions you're taking in the world and to decide, I'm going to adopt this kind of behavior instead of that kind. I'm going to do that. I'm going to let go of this kind of stuff and I'm going to do more of that kind of stuff. In other words, you can learn what to adopt and what to abandon. My dog, no matter how many times I tell him that if you do prostrations to the beings on this altar, you'll accumulate fantastic karma for your next rebirth, he won't listen. So beings that don't have, by definition, so wherever they are, any being that is like a physical being that has that kind of capacity would be considered sort of a human level rebirth. And any of those beings could potentially attain enlightenment, I suppose. But you need that ability to be able to adopt new behaviors and abandon old behaviors that don't take you further down the path. And animals, by definition, are just too driven by instinct from previous actions to do that kind of thing. That's what makes them an animal. Do you understand what I mean? Okay. Moto says, I'm living in a temple, falling in love with someone. How do we practice with this without rushing, grasping? How do romantic relationships fit into the practice? So my primary teacher for many years was of the opinion that your life is the crucible of your practice. Your marriage is the proving ground of your practice. No one is ever going to push your buttons, make you angry, get to you like your spouse. So the amount of grace and ability to control your internal state and generate virtuous or non-virtuous states of mind, etc., etc. Your spouse is going to do wonders in helping you cultivate patience. your spouse is going to do wonders in terms of showing you how selfish you are and how not loving and not compassionate you are, in contrary to how you think right now. And so on and so on and so on. So the place of a good marriage, at least, is that your partner is actually helping you discover your faults and helping you discover your weak points, and giving you the opportunity to practice and train and improve based upon seeing more of yourself as you actually are. And zooming out a bit, the Buddhist canon is actually quite rich when it comes to resources and things, talking about how to be a good husband, how to be a good wife, how to be a good business owner, how to be a good employee, and so on and so forth. How to be a good parent. Relatively speaking, there's a fair amount of advice on these sorts of things in the canon. So if you're interested in those things, you could just go to Access to Insight, for example, the website, and you can search through the suttas and sutras there for things related to families, husbands, wives, children, that kind of thing. Anyways, yeah, in particular, if both of you are practitioners and both of you are quite serious about your practice, it can be very beneficial to have a person in your life that you're close to, that when you have a bad day, they're having a good day, and they motivate you to do all the stuff you should be doing. And when they have a bad day, but you're having a good day, you can motivate them to do all the stuff they should be doing in terms of training. It can be very helpful. Okay, I'm trying to find some reading material to keep me motivated on the path of meditation. I've been a bit discouraged lately, haven't gotten the same out of my practice. Reach out to me, Dylan. I'll give you a couple things to read. Thank you for my praising the Blessed One. What did the Buddha's son think about him? How much do we know about Gautama Siddhartha's son? There's a fair amount. His name is Rahula, the Buddha's son. And Rahula became a monk when he was quite young. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, attained nirvana in a single lifetime, according to the canon. Peace for the nations. I'm learning a lot from Buddhism. Yeah, there's a ton of misinformation about Buddhism. Man, it's just overflowing. The internet is overflowing with false information about Buddhism. So Ziranel, is it correct that the Buddha still has karma to complete, whereas Jesus' ascension was complete? No. From our perspective, let's say that Jesus was a deva, okay? Let's say Jesus was the emanation of a deity, for example. Deities are still stuck in samsara. So if Jesus was, for example, the actual emanation of a deity, which he could have been, potentially, I don't know, then from our perspective, he's a being who's still bound by ignorance and karma, still wandering in samsara. But a Buddha is a being that's free from that. And Buddhas are considered, according to the canon, to have greater knowledge, greater capability, greater power than even the highest deities, even the most powerful deities. There's a pretty funny sutta where the Buddha is competing with a Brahma, which is the highest class of deity, and or amongst the highest class. And this Brahma thinks that it's like a creator deity, right? And is all-powerful, all-knowing. And so the Buddha says, can you recall your past lives? And then he goes, no, I can't. And the Buddha says, well, before this, you were a deity with this name, and before that, you were a deity with this name. before that you were this deity and you had this name. So you've actually been a deity for a few lifetimes. And he said, and then he said, said Brahma, can you go somewhere I can't see? And the Brahma couldn't go anywhere that the Buddha couldn't see. And then the Buddha went somewhere the Brahma couldn't see. So the Buddha's clairvoyant ability to see distant places and so forth is greater than the highest deities. And then there are other examples like the one I mentioned before, where one of the Buddha's monks went to the highest heavenly realm and asked the highest deity there what happens at the end of the universe, and they didn't know because they've never seen it before. But the Buddha, who's seen infinite universes come and go, he knew exactly what happened, and he told his monk after he came back from the heavenly realms. So, no, Buddhas are considered to be the highest class of being in existence. There's no class of beings that are higher than this, according to the canon. I've heard the Buddha's abandonment of Rahula and his wife is the very karma he has to repay before he can leave. Nope, that's not true. There's no negative karma associated with the Buddha leaving his wife and son in the lap of luxury, surrounded by family and servants for a few years while he's trying to fix the problem of aging, sickness, and death for everyone in existence, including his wife and son. There's no negative karma associated with that event. Zen Christian asks if I'd be willing to talk to God Logic about Buddhism and Christianity. I'd be open to it. The thing is, though, I'm not, I don't know. You've probably noticed from the content I make, I'm not like a debate guy. I don't want to sit down and exchange rhetorical points, and like that's not really my thing. I'm an academic guy who sits around and thinks about a particular point for like a week and then goes, okay, well, there are these 7 sources that might work. Let me read them again, think about it. Actually, only these 4 work. Debating someone in real life is a different skill set than having this type of scholarly inquiry, the sort of like, I don't know, spend a long time thinking something through until you've gotten all the little sort of loose ends and things tied up. And I never trained in debate. I never trained in debate, and I mean, he'd probably mop the floor with me because I don't have those skills, and that's what he does all day long. And I'm okay with that. Again, same thing. Like if I had to face off, for example, against William Lane Craig, he would cream me, because you train in the rhetorical skills of debate to cause your opponent to have certain problems that aren't actually problems if you were to sit down, for example, and spend a week thinking about something and work through the finer details of the argument. But that's not what a public debate is about. A public debate is a spectacle. Do you understand? And especially on the internet. A public debate on the internet is like a double spectacle. Because after the debate, people are going to take the information from the debate and chop up the thing where it took you like 4 seconds to answer something instead of answering it right away. And they turn it into whatever. God Logic destroys Buddhist PhD. Or, stupid things. So, yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to have a conversation with anybody about anything, but I don't know. I'm not a guy that's interested in spectacle. That's not my vibe. How do you do breath meditation? So if you go to my meditation related material, the technique that I recommend for breath meditation is intensive breath meditation. So intensive breath meditation is actually just a 5-minute practice that you can do several sessions back to back, but you take breaks in between. And the way that I teach it for people that are trying to develop these skills in real life instead of in retreat is that you're only using that technique to do what that technique's really good at. Breath is really good at helping you initially get a little bit of concentration and to hold your mind for a short period on an object. Breath's very good at this. Breath is not as good as at developing deeper states of concentration after those initial experiences. There are better objects you can use. So when you get to the place where your mind can hold your mind on the breath for a short period of time, then it's better to switch over to an object where you'll have where that technique produces more concentration more quickly. Which is why I change people over to body scanning. One of many reasons. Body scanning makes your mind very, very calm very, very quickly. Free Andrew Smokes books ? I don't recommend a lot of books, not because I don't read them, obviously. Not because there aren't good books, but because the book you should be reading is the book you're studying with a lineage holder in a lineage that you're training in. That's the book you should be reading. You understand my point? There's no good book on Buddhism that you're not studying with your lineage, if you're at the beginning of the process. This information is transmitted by lineages, not by videos for a general audience and not by books for a general audience. That being said, if you were going to buy one book to help you with your meditation practice, I would recommend this book. That book is excellent. How do I feel about the argument from miracles? You'd have to be more specific. The argument, that Jesus is God because he did miracles? I actually, in the premiere of the video I just put up, I addressed that kind of argument. And also in the community section, I put up a post a little while ago. There's a whole class of practitioner in Tibetan Buddhism. We have tons of practices in Tantra for controlling the process of death. And sometimes it happens to some practitioners that because of their ability to control the process of death, they clinically die, sometimes for days. And then they come back to life. I mean, they're dead, brain dead, not breathing, no heartbeat for days. And then they come back to life. And so there's a whole class of practitioner in the Tibetan tradition with a specific name where they have died and come back and been risen from the dead, right? So in a sense, I can grant even the greatest miracle of Christianity and still not become a Christian because this is something that we understand very well. And according to Christianity, the reason Christ can come back to life is because God is life. This is, according to Christian theology, the miracle of the resurrection is the one miracle that a demon or an evil force couldn't reproduce because they can only deal in death. They can deal in death and deception. They can't deal in life. And so I actually like this example a lot because we have a whole class of resurrected practitioners in Tibetan Buddhism, the one miracle that can't be faked. So I'll grant you the resurrection even, and I'll still go, but I'll keep my Buddhism, thanks. Because I've got 40 guys like Jesus more recently. Furthermore, I can grant you Christian heaven because There are devas. There are beings who have heavenly realms that are deities. Those deities sometimes think that they're the creator of the universe, even though they're not. So I can grant you Jesus. I can grant you heavenly realms. I can grant you heavenly rebirth. I can even tell you how to attain a heavenly rebirth as a Buddhist. The Buddha gave tons of advice. If you want to go to heaven, I can give you the recipe. And guess what? The biggest piece of that recipe is loving kindness, which is what? The nature of the deity that you say abides in that heaven. Doesn't this make sense? Doesn't it make sense that the way to go to the heaven you're talking about is to cultivate the qualities that are associated with the heaven you're talking about? That deity is ethical and loving. What qualities do you need? Ethics and love. Furthermore, you want to go to that specific heaven, it would help to have a relationship with that particular deity. So what do you need? Faith. So now I'm granting you faith, ethics, and love. And I'm granting you the miracle of Jesus, and I'm still telling you, no, thank you. Because from a Buddhist standpoint, that deity is still stuck in samsara, and that heaven doesn't last forever. So I don't want to go there. Even if I agree with you that it's 100% real, that's not a destination I want to go to. If I'm going to go to any heavenly realm, I want to go to one of the pure realms or one of the pure abodes where I can finish my training. I don't want to go to a heavenly realm that's just nice to hang out with beautiful, like Nanda. I don't know who saw the premiere, right? But I don't want to go to a heavenly realm just to hang out with beautiful beings where it's really nice. And, I want to go somewhere I can complete my training if I'm going to go to a heavenly realm. Anyways, I digress. MCTB2 Daniel Ingram, not familiar. Interesting. I've never met a Muslim who practices Buddhism before. I would actually be interested to hear a lot more about this. Reach out to me on Discord or on Facebook. I'd love to talk to you about what that looks like. Eman, the poet, says he saw the sunrise in the soul. Yeah, so if you train in concentration, you'll see light. If your concentration gets quite good, seeing light is a pretty normal thing. It's not, I don't know how to say that. I don't want to diminish the experience, but that's just a sign that you're doing okay in your training, that your concentration is headed the right way. It's not a super important experience, if that makes sense, other than being like a road marker that you're headed, your concentration's going well. That you're doing enough practice that your concentration is getting better. And yeah, you can see light. All sorts of things can happen. Why is it called just sitting if it's more than just sitting? It's not more than just sitting, but there's a bunch of techniques that can make you able to just sit. As a real person living in the real world who's not just sitting and settling their mind for 8 hours or 12 hours a day, you need a bunch of other techniques to climb a little ladder of things you can actually do to accomplish a state where you can just sit. You're not going to, by way of analogy, you're not going to, how do I put this? I mean, it's like saying every single day you're going to tear the stitches out of an injury that you have, but for 30 minutes a day or an hour a day, you're just going to sit there and let the injury heal itself naturally. I mean, good luck, man. Like 23 hours of the day, I'm going to be ripping the crap out of this injury that I have. But for an hour a day, I'm just going to sit and let it heal. It's just going to heal itself. Good luck. You need to spend 8 or 12 hours a day not screwing with it. And then if you screw with it a little bit, be really careful, right? The technique of just sitting works like silt in a glass of water. If you don't stir the water, the silt settles to the bottom and it becomes completely clear. But you have to sit 8, 12 hours a day without stirring the water back up, or it never becomes clear. Do you get it? The reason just sitting works is because you're doing 8, 12, 16 hours of it every day for a month or 2 months or 6 months or a year. And so your mind is constantly settling until there's nothing left on the surface, and then bang. So doing an hour or two a day, it's not going to do much because you're spending the other 23 or 22 hours a day stirring the water back up, and then you just sit again and it doesn't settle barely at all, and then you stir it back up for hours. It's not a technique that's very effective if that's how you're living your life. So you have to have other stuff that allows the mind to get subtle enough, calm enough, skilled enough to simply abide in its nature through all of your daily activities. And if your mind is able to abide in its nature through more and more and more of your activities, for example, abiding on the nature of vision or hearing or smell or taste or touch, then by the time you get back to your cushion to do your hour of training, you didn't stir that water so much. And so it's still a little bit, it's still hazy, but it's not as hazy as it would have been. And now that just sitting is making it even clearer. And then you extend the benefit of that just seated practice by doing all these other practices that keep you from stirring it back up. And then you go back to just sitting and you're settling it again. So now you're doing the best you can to get that effect of training all day. That's what those practices depend upon. Okay, let's see. Where are we in the chat? Ty says it's interesting that Buddhism has the highest God of a single universe is merely just the first stage of the form realm. Yeah, because the formless realm beings are so blissed out they don't care about any of this shit. It's only the most capable form realm deities that care about all of these physical events. Okay. True premise. God doesn't reincarnate, so there's no reason for anyone else to. No, according to the Buddhist canon, the highest deities of the universe do reincarnate as various things. And in fact, all of us have been already in the past, at some point, the highest deity of a new universe, the first deity to wake up in a new universe at some point. And we spent that entire universe engaged in the activities of the highest deity of a universe, and now we're back here having this conversation. So it doesn't help. It doesn't help that we were that at some point. It doesn't do anything for us. Autistic Ghost says, how does Buddhism view syncretism in general? Unpopular opinion, hot take on my part, Buddhism is highly amenable to syncretism of certain kinds. You can take 80% of Buddhism, not worry about the rest, and take that 80% and import it into, I think, any other religious training system in the world. And it will make that training system even more profound because, to give you an anecdote, I have a student who's Eastern Orthodox. He did this most recent retreat that I did for the 5 foundations of meditation. When we got to the point that we were meditating on consciousness itself, that's a formless object. It has no form. So we did the practices that prepared for that, and there, just because it was going well and everybody wanted to, we sat for an extra hour and we meditated on a formless state of consciousness. And afterwards, because I knew that he does prayers, he does Orthodox prayers, I said, now that you know what it's like to meditate on a formless object, consider that love, faith, devotion as mental states are also formless concentrations. Love, formless concentration. So I said, when you do your prayers tonight, your Orthodox prayers, and you generate these internal states as you're saying these prayers that are repetitive prayers, focus your mind single pointedly on the formless mental state you've created through doing the prayer. And he did this, and he said it was the most profound experience of prayer he's ever had in his life. And he's been a devoted Eastern Orthodox practitioner for quite some time. So does he believe that Buddhas are more powerful than God? Probably not. But he's also expressed to me a number of things that are, they're not quite the full-on Buddhist insight yet, but they're like right on the edge. Non-dual experience of tactile body, where he can't find the person he thought was operating the body. Non-dual experience of vision, where he can't find a difference between the seer and the seen and the seen and the seer. And the person he thought was in between the two, having the experience of seeing, wasn't there. Getting pretty close now. Getting pretty close to meditative experiences that you can use as evidence to do much more profound types of analysis of your being, like the emptiness of your being, the selflessness of your being. I don't care if he's Orthodox. If he can do that and he gets insight into selflessness, things are going to go well in the next rebirth. Okay. Is there an Dev asks if there's an afterlife in Buddhism? Yes. Typically, you are reborn, and you're reborn due to sort of correlating to your actions. The momentum created by the types of actions you've performed sort of propels you in a certain direction. You're attracted towards certain things because that's the type of stuff you did in the past, basically. And that causes your mind to be attracted to various circumstances that are similar to those types of things you've done in the past. I thought, if I'm not mistaken, and sometimes on these details I get a little fuzzy, but I thought, Ty, reading your comment, that I thought it was the fourth, isn't it? I thought it was actually the higher one. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think for the Brahmas, I think the Brahmas are in the fourth jhana. Sunspar says a Gelugpa who didn't train in debate is really funny. The thing is, if God Logic wanted to do Gelug debate, that'd be fine. Because Gelug debate is not spectacle. It's not an effort to get your opponent in the sort of internetish way that you get opponents on the internet. And I'm not just saying this about God Logic. Again, he's a fantastic debater. I said that when I put the video up. He's very good at defending the Christian faith. He's a very good debater. And I actually kind of like him as a person. The thing about Gelug debate is it's very structured. One person asks the questions. The other person only has 4 answers they're allowed to give: yes, no, provide more information, and then something else I can't remember. And that's it. So if For example, Avery was willing to sit on the other side, and those were the only answers he was allowed to give. And vice versa. That becomes a much more interesting kind of debate, you know? Anyways, but that's not how debates work. Certainly not in the internet age. Okay. Do we still General Tao, will you just put like a bunch of dashes in the chat, and from there I won't take further questions. We've reached 4 a.m. my time, so I need to draw it to a close. Let's see. So I'll answer everything that comes in before that line in the chat. Horned Historian asks, what do we know of Buddhism in Northeast India and Assam? I'm not sure. I'm actually not a great scholar. I'm not a great scholar of Buddhist history, despite the fact that I'm fairly well versed on various Buddhist views through various points in history. In terms of, let's say, the broader issues in Buddhist history, like the movement of Buddhism across the world in various types, and which part, which parts moved at which time to which places and so forth. I haven't done a lot of work in that area, so I'm not as well versed in that, unfortunately. Who will win the football cup? I have no idea. Dry ether. No idea. Sorry. Is there a Vajrayana presence? I mean, I think throughout most of India there was Vajrayana presence. Horned Historian. Exactly what was going on in Assam, I couldn't say, but Tantra came, in my opinion, came from the Buddha and came out of India, obviously, and then traveled to a bunch of other places, and so I would imagine it was there. Thank you, General Dow, for gifting a membership to someone. Speaking of which, as I make my way through the chat, this will be my last public service announcement. So those of you who are new in the stream, I don't charge for any of the stuff I do. So I lead retreats. I get on the phone and talk with people about their practice, and I do these open Q&As. I teach meditation every day on YouTube, almost every day. And then, of course, I make the content that you guys have, most of you have probably seen at this point, all of the content I make. I'm trying to not even have ads on the content. And so in order to do this full time, and I'm doing this probably averaging around 80 hours a week, sometimes more, sometimes a little less, I have to have donations to carry on and keep the lights on and keep the bills paid. So if you're getting value from this and you'd like me to carry on so that I can give this advice for free and do these events for free and so on and so forth, it requires a certain amount of support from the community. We're already at 530 something people coming through the stream today. So probably 1,000 or 2,000 people will watch this. If half of you give me £5, then for the next month I can do this work, and I don't have to mention money a single time, and I can just do all this for free for everybody, and we can have a good time. So if you're getting some value out of this, just grab one of the links below, drop whatever you're able to in the links down below. And at this time, whatever amount you can give is more important than ever, because there's not as many people coming through. As things continue to grow, it will be different, of course, but for now, any amount you can give is very meaningful. And unfortunately, it does take a fair amount of money just to exist, including, food, rent, etc. So whatever you can provide, very much appreciated. And if you're willing and able and getting value out of this, please do contribute something now. Pause the stream or pause the the recording if you're watching this back later, and just make a quick donation and then come right back. I'll still be here. Okay? All right. Buddhism isn't a religion but a practice. No, I'm sorry, sir or ma'am. It is definitely a religion. His horned historian says, how do you start with shunyata, emptiness? I've been really into Nagarjuna's writings. I don't know how to start or how to contemplate emptiness. That's a great question. I actually, I led a short course on how to do those practices about a year ago, and I'm going to start it up again soon. But I want to get, here's the thing, I want to get people trained up on how to do meditation first. You need to be, here's what I recommend. You need to be able to place your mind on your breath for 5 minutes. You need to be able to do a body scanning and get your concentration enough that your mind basically doesn't move off the body scan. You need to have a non-dual experience of each one of your 5 external senses so that you know what your senses are and you know the components that make up your being in terms of your 5 external senses. Then you need to have, if not a full-on non-dual experience of consciousness, at least you need to have periods of time where conceptual thought completely stops, and you become aware of what consciousness is. If you can do that, then you've gained the ability to look at all 6 of the major components that make up your being. Because everything you experience comes through either one of your 5 external senses or your mental sense. Those are the only tools you have at your disposal. So if you can access each one of them with a high degree of concentration, then you're finally prepared to actually investigate how they exist. This is why in my way of training people in this, I put rumination meditation after that kind of training, because rumination meditation and analytic meditation depends upon you being able to look at stuff and see how it exists, and then use reason to look at what you can see to determine what you can't see. And this is the big Buddhist sort of, this is like the big thing with Vipassana and analytic meditation. You use conceptual thought. This is what makes it so weird from a sort of classical mind training standpoint, is you use ideas to do Vipassana. The evidence you use to power those ideas or those arguments comes from experience. And then when you arrive at the conclusion of whatever analysis you're doing, then you hold that conclusion with concentration. You see? So you need the concentration to hold the conclusion, otherwise it doesn't transform your awareness. Even if you came to the correct conclusion, if you can't hold it, it's gone. So you need these skills of being able to hold the mind somewhere, calm the mind, become aware of all the components that make up your being, analyze all those components using logic and reasoning and argument like you find in Nagarjuna, and then to hold the mind when that insight occurs, to hold the mind on whatever has occurred as the actual insight into how your mind exists, for example, or into how your body exists, for example. So that's the sort of flow chart of stuff, if you were interested, and that's how I train people in it. What do I think of conspiracy theories? Don't bother with them. There's not much going on there. How can humans make the world a more peaceful place? Train your mind. You know, the world's a chaotic place because our minds are chaotic places. Train your mind. That's the best you can do. And after a while training your mind, then the people around you will have less chaos because you're not adding to the chaos anymore. And then a few of them will go, dude, what are you doing? You seem so much happier and more relaxed. And then a couple of your friends will start training their minds after you've done it for 3 or 4 or 5 years, because they want what you have. And then there's like a little circle of more peaceful stuff growing around you. What do I think of the Tibetan controversy of Dorje Shugden? I don't have a firm opinion on this issue because there are extraordinary Geluk practitioners who have gained realization using those practices, on the one hand. On the other hand, because of the division in the Geluk currently, um, the major organization that's carrying on with those practices has done some really unethical, bad things. And if you go on the internet and you look at people who have left major organizations where they're doing those practices, they'll tell you there's some scary, screwed up stuff going on in those lineages. So I don't have a firm opinion. I don't do those practices. Okay, I've got to blaze through this because I have to do a bit of practice before the sun rises, or I'm going to be in trouble. Let's see, monotheism, balance. Sufi is very intriguing. Yeah, Sufism is interesting. I'd love to, if you, who was it that was here that does Muslim and Buddhist practice? I'd actually love to get a Sufi on to the Two Truths podcast once I get it going. I'd love to get some modern Sufis on there to talk as well. Is meditating at all similar to resting a computer? No, I don't think so. Miller about animals to enlightenment, red lightning lady, a dog, a deer. Okay, no problem. The only style of Buddhism I would not recommend is Zen. I would change my opinion if it actually met a practitioner who wasn't ridiculous. Well, my teacher was a great Zen practitioner. Zen is fantastic if you can do it. If you can't do it, it's terrible. Yeah. Farhan, greetings to you as well. The main thing that differentiates Advaita Vedanta from Buddhism, in my humble view, is that most Advaita schools, from what I understand, you access consciousness, you meditate on consciousness, and then that is considered to be the end of the road. What makes Buddhism different is that you meditate on consciousness and then you analyze it, realize the nature of that consciousness, and meditate on that. And that is taking you to the end of the road. So that's what makes them different. Am I a practicing Buddhist? Yes, I am. I also have a PhD related to Buddhism. Let's see. Sorry, folks, just going through the chat looking for question marks. Okay, this will be the last question. So, Holtan 7850. Where do all the mind streams go if everyone dies? So, at the end of a universe, all the beings at this level of experience, for example, when the physical universe goes out of existence, all the beings that are who have karma to be reborn in that state, they basically, their mind stream carries on, but there's no place where their karma can allow them to be reborn to carry on living out the results of their karma. And so their consciousness carries on in a sort of in a state where it's waiting for the right conditions, you could say, to allow those karmas to ripen. And when a critical mass of sentient beings is there, waiting in a potential state, you could say, for the conditions to be right for that karma to be able to ripen, at some point, the critical mass of karma, collective and individual karma of sentient beings, gives rise to a new universe. And then those beings can carry on being reborn and doing things in that new universe. So the other thing is, according to Buddhism, there are realms that aren't physical. So there are a bunch of places you can be reborn that don't rely upon the physical world to exist at all, actually. Like spirit realms, hell realms, deva realms, and so on and so forth. So if the earth exploded tomorrow, also according to Buddhism, there's life on other planets. So you know, potentially you would just be reborn on another planet. Okay. So with that, I should go because there's practices I have to do, and if I don't do them, I'm in big trouble. Okay. I love you all. Thank you so much. Stay alive until next time. Hope to see you again soon. Cheers.